Guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't, but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor. Yo, and we are live. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get into what Trump's recent words are, and then we're going to get into a media analysis, and then, of course, we're going to cover Israel's strike on Qatar. So there's a lot to cover tonight. So, all right, guys, let's go ahead and double tap that screen, like the video. Let's get more people on the conversation, and let's get right into it.
Mr. President, declaring war on Mr. President.
Are you ready to go to war with Chicago? When you say that, darling, that's fake news.
Well, why
I don't go to war.
Defense?
Listen, be quiet. Listen.
Damn.
You don't listen. You never listen. That's why you're second rate. We're not going to war. We're going to clean up our cities. We're going to clean them up so they don't kill 5 people every weekend. That's not war. That's common sense.
Mr. President, are you ready?
I ain't gonna lie, he got snapped on her.
Ready to move to the second phase? Are you
Shut her
ready to move to the second phase of sanctions against Russia or punishing Putin?
How was your vote with Mr. President? What do you think of all the establishment attacks on RFK Jr.?
Well, he's a different kind of a guy. He's got a lot of good ideas, but he's got a lot of ideas. You know, normally they don't have any ideas, and that's why we have problems with autism and so many other things, because we're coming.
But the pharmaceutical companies are not trying to let go, and the pharmaceutical companies sent their lackeys to go, grill RFK Jr. on what he's doing at the Health and Human Services, or at Health and Human Services.
Up with the answers for autism. You watch. We're coming up with the answers for other things that normal people, regular people, easy to get along with people wouldn't be able to do. He's got a lot of ideas, and so do I. And we're going to.
Why target Chicago and Boston when there are cities in red states with higher crime rates?
Yeah. Really higher than Chicago?
Like Memphis.
Excuse me.
He pissed.
You know how many people were killed in Chicago last weekend? 8. You know how many people were killed in Chicago the week before? 7. You know how many people were wounded? 74 people were wounded. You think there's worse than that? I don't think so.
A question about Lebanon. Hezbollah refuses to hand over its weapons to the Lebanese government.
Who does?
The Iran ally, Hezbollah, refuses to hand over its
We'll
weapons.
respond to that later.
Are you considering attacking
the cartels inside of Venezuela.
I ain't gonna lie. If Hezbollah, at this point, if Hezbollah give up their weapons, which I know everybody's gonna like say, well, you want the terrorists to keep their weapons? Not really, but I kind of see why they don't want to, because if they give up their weapons, they're next. Like they're next on the chopping block. They're gonna be the next Muslim country that gets taken over by Israel.
Well, you attack.
What are you going to find out? You're going to
say it. Turkey's Prime Minister has announced that he's going to step down. And
I don't know anything about that.
President, what do you think about Kazakhstan? Are you going to visit this Central Asian
I
country?
may. I had a great conversation with him. Say hello to him. He's a good man. Thank you.
And all right, now, guys, let's go ahead and get over to the next video where he was getting into the crime that happened in the subway. Now, I'm going to play the video later on into the stream because they released the full video, and yes, it is quite graphic. But, yeah, it's best, we get the full sense of what happened.
For far too long, Americans have been forced to put up with Democrat-run cities that set loose savage, bloodthirsty criminals to prey on innocent people. Really, very, very.
Oh, guys, let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video, man. We got over 200 y'all in here. Appreciate the support, by the way. But let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video.
Very innocent people. In every place, they control radical left judges, politicians, and activists. And they've adopted a policy of catch and release for thugs and killers. In Charlotte, North Carolina, we saw the results of these policies when a 23-year-old woman who came here from Ukraine met her bloody end on a public train.
Yep.
And here's a picture of it.
Completely.
This is the picture of it.
Yeah, and the video is way worse. I mean, you think that picture is bad. The video was way worse.
And this is a picture of the woman.
Heart, honestly.
A beautiful young girl that never had problems in life.
Didn't even do anything.
With a magnificent future in this country. And now she's dead. She was slaughtered by a deranged monster who was roaming free after 14 prior arrests. We cannot allow a depraved criminal element of violent repeat offenders to continue spreading destruction and death throughout our country. We have to respond with force and strength. We have to be vicious just like they are. It's the only thing they understand. 24 of the top 25 most dangerous cities in America are run by Democrat mayors. 50 people were murdered in Chicago in recent weeks, with hundreds being shot. And it's time to stop this madness. The people of our country need to insist on protection, safety, law, and order. We have proven that it can be done because we did it right here in D.C., in District of Columbia. The capital of America was a bloodthirsty, horrible.
And look, I know people are going to try to call this a hate crime, but no, this was a mental health situation. Once again, this man has had a history of crime. Even his own mom said he's not mentally stable to be out in society. But for some reason, judges said, hey, F what your mom's saying. We're just going to push you out there anyway and see what happens, in hopes that you go to one of our, government funded programs. Wild.
Dangerous place, one of the worst. And now it's a crime-free city, and we're going to keep it that way. It can be done. It can happen fast. All we want is, please, Mr. President, we need help. Chicago needs help. Other cities needs help. We'll do what has to be done because we're going to make America safe again. And that includes our big cities. We're going to make those cities safe. Thank you.
And all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into the next one right here.
Thank you very much. I meant to go.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people are trying to call it a hate crime, and I ain't gonna lie, that's because they're just trying to fuel racial tensions for no reason whatsoever. But honestly, if you look into it, it's a mental health situation. I don't know why Charlie Kirk and other guys are going out there on a limb trying to call it, oh, he intentionally went after her because she was white. Nah, he went after her because the man was crazy. That's it.
Thank you very much. I meant to go back and see you on the plane, but some things came up having to do with Hamas, etc. And we're working on a solution that maybe could be very good.
Can you tell us what that solution is?
No, but you'll be hearing about it pretty soon. We're trying to get it ended, get the hostages back, get it ended. We got them all back, but 20. And as you know, we have
And Trump didn't even mention he was black either. I know, because it's like it's fueling racial tensions for what? Like, and trust me, I've seen the whole video. He said, I got that white girl. And he said that, did you not see his state of mind? Did he not look high to you? What, you think he just did that? What, in full body and mind? You think he was actually sober when he did that? He said, I got that white girl. Now you guys are trying to make it about race, but then trying to forget his whole mental health situation. It's not like this man had a history of good mental health or just being a black radical or being a militant and going after white people. No, if you look at his history, this is about mental health. This isn't about it's not a hate crime. And I don't know why everybody's trying to frame it like that, but shame on them.
20 plus, there are a lot of, unfortunately, dead bodies involved, and they want them back. The parents want them back. So we had some very good discussions.
Before y'all try to bring up George Floyd, no, George Floyd died of fentanyl, and free Derek Chauvin.
Things could happen.
Can you give us your reaction to South Korea's regret, or calling it regrettable, what happened with their workers at the Hyundai plant?
Well, I'll speak to them. Look, it's a battery factory in that case, as I'm told. And, when they're building batteries, if you don't have people in this country right now that know about batteries, maybe we should help them along and let some people come in and train our people to do, complex things, whether it's battery manufacturing or computer manufacturing or building ships. So we're going to look at that whole situation. We have a lot of industries that we don't have anymore, and we're going to have to train people. And the way you train people is bring people in that know what they're doing and let them stay for a little while and help. So I'm going to look at that. It's a very interesting situation that took place in Georgia.
I don't know about that. Well, and that's the problem, Trump. We trusted these guys over there in Georgia, the Koreans. Yes, the South Koreans came over there, and yes, some of them had work visas that they overstayed. And then there were a good amount of them that, came over illegally without nobody knowing. And shout out to this white lady, because she actually was the one who snitched on them. She said, no, this is basically slavery. They work for low wages. And and here's the thing, the company, what was it? I think it was like an LG factory or whatever. They promised to give jobs to American people, to the citizens of Georgia, or wherever the city was. And what did that company end up doing? Hiring a whole bunch of illegals for cheap. Come on now. I'm sorry, but Dems, do you really want to defend that?
And we heard about it yesterday. At the same time, ICE was doing right because they were here illegally. But we do have to work something out where we bring in experts so that our people can be trained so that they can do it themselves. Does that make sense? Right?
Is it straining the relationship with Korea at all?
No, we have a great relationship with South Korea. Really good relationship. We just made a trade deal. But I'm gonna look at it because I understand exactly what they're saying.
Page 6 crowns you the king of the U.S. Open. They put out all these old pictures through the years of you at the U.S. Open. What does it mean for you to go back after going for so many decades, growing up in Queens? Now you're going back as the president.
Well, I loved it. First of all, the two players have unbelievable talent. It just seemed that they hit the ball harder than I've ever seen before. Incredible talent. And I enjoyed it. And I used to go all the time, but, lately it's a little bit more difficult to go. I really enjoyed it. They were really nice. The fans were really nice. I didn't know what to expect. Usually you would say that would be a somewhat progressive, as they say nowadays, crowd. Sometimes some people would call it liberal, but we'll use the word they like to use, progressive. But they were great. The fans were great.
Mr. President, back on Russia. Russia had a pretty big attack on Ukraine over the weekend.
I know all about it.
You have always said how good your relationship is with President Putin.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
But he's not really giving you anything that you want. Is that making you less trustful of him?
Well, nobody was tougher in Russia than me. That has to do with the pipeline, as you know, Nord Stream 2 and lots of other things. But I'm not happy. I'm not happy about the whole situation. It's interesting. It doesn't affect us because it's not our soldiers. But they're losing now. I used to tell you 5,000. They're losing 7,000 between Ukraine and Russia, 7,000 soldiers every single week. It's such a horrible waste of humanity. So, no, I am not thrilled with what's happening there, I will tell you. I think it's going to get settled. So I settled 7 wars. This, I would have said, would have been maybe the easiest one to settle of all. But with war, you never know what you're getting. But we're going to get it. I believe we're going to get it settled. But I am not happy with them. I'm not happy with anything having to do with that war. It's just such a waste of great humanity.
Obstacle to a peace deal in Ukraine. As of right now, what do you think is the great?
I mean, here's a problem. I mean, everybody says they want the war to stop. I'm talking about world leaders, but they don't really want the war to stop because, well, everybody's making money off said war. For some, and we all know when there's war, money is to be made. I mean, it's a sad truth of the world, sadly. But yeah, I mean, like India, of course, Russia. I mean, their whole economy is built on war and shit. Even parts of Europe.
Greatest obstacle to a peace deal?
Well, we're going to see. I mean, we have some very interesting discussions. You know, certain European leaders are coming over to our country on Monday or Tuesday, and individually. And I think we're going to get that settled. I think we're going to get it settled. We have to. You can't lose. You know, when they're losing 5,000 to 7,000 soldiers a week for no reason, you have to get it settled. Of all of the wars, whether it's the Congo and Rwanda, they said it was impossible to settle. You look at every one of these wars were impossible. I got every one of them settled, 7 of them. 7. This was the one I really thought would be the easiest, but it's not. But I think it's going to get settled.
But there was reporting in Axios that in the last 3 months of the Biden administration, they did about 4,000 pardons. The chief of staff's assistant.
I don't know. When it comes to the Ukraine war right now, it does seem like, well, 1, Russia always had the upper hand, and 2, it does seem like Russia's kind of finishing up right now, and 3, Russia's winning. Yeah, they're winning. Like Russia's winning the war. They've maintained they've not only broken the front line, but they have not lost any of the land that they've taken or the territory that they've taken. And right now they're just consistently doing drone strikes, and they were able to hit Kiev. They was able to hit the capital. Where's Zelensky's at? A government building. So, I mean, look, whenever Ukraine is able to hit in Moscow, let me know. But until then, obviously, Russia is an overwhelming force. Now, I'll be real with you. Ukraine put up a good fight. I mean, it took a little longer than we all thought. They lasted way longer than we all thought. But at the end of the day, we knew how this was going to end.
Was sending emails to pardon his own family members. Are you still interested in getting to the bottom of the AutoPen scandal?
Well, I think the AutoPen is one of the great scandals of our time. The AutoPen was our president, or to put it a different way, whoever operated the AutoPen was our president. It's not allowed. It's just not allowed. And they gave a pardon to the Unselect Committee after the Unselect Committee realized that whole situation was a hoax, and it was all their fault, including Nancy Pelosi turning down security and all, turning down soldiers. It all came out bad for them.
What she was caught on video doing.
They burned everything. They got rid of everything. There's absolutely nothing there. It's all gone. And that was based on an AutoPen. You know, they gave those members of Congress that were on the Unselect Committee, they gave them pardons.
What do you think?
So I think it's a tremendous scandal.
What do you think the media would say if you pardon your kids your last day in office via an AutoPen? Don't you think the media would go,
well,
haywire?
I think it would have been a big story.
Yeah.
Would have been. I like this guy.
Arena Zaruska was stabbed multiple times on a car in the subway. You see the video?
Yeah, where was the subway? Was where?
He was in Charlotte on a light train. He was stabbed multiple times by a
Horrible. No, I haven't heard. Okay. When did this happen?
It happened in August, but the video just came out.
I see. Yeah, I see the video. I'll know all about it by tomorrow morning. Okay? Thank you.
Do you have plans for Chicago this week?
No, not really. Not really. We're going to go someplace, but we're picking. Look, DC now is 100%. I don't want to say 100, but it's pretty close to 100% healthy, happy, thriving. It's a crime-free zone. You know that. You know you could go out to dinner tonight, Jeff. You could go out to dinner, and you most likely will not be.
Now, from what I've been hearing, it does seem like ICE is actually in Chicago right now. So ICE is kind of, settling down in Chicago, and it looks like these ICE raids are about to start popping off. And trust me, I mean, the people of Chicago welcome it. Now, the National Guard is probably a bit more debated, but I don't know. The ones who are in, the crime-infested areas, yeah, they're all for it.
Harm, you know that. You won't be beat to hell.
There's still some crime.
There's
still some crime.
Very little. And within a week, there will be nothing. Do you agree with me?
I feel much safer walking around. I can't fight though.
No, it's a safe place now.
But you've been talking a lot about Chicago, and there was
no. Chicago's been talking about. So, Chicago last week lost 9 people were killed, and 28 people were shot. The week before, it was 7 people were killed and 37 people were shot. The week before that, it was the same kind of number. Chicago is a very dangerous place, and we have a governor that doesn't care about crime. I guess we could solve Chicago very quickly, but we're going to make a decision as to where we go over the next day or two. When you look at what happened to D.C. in a short period of time.
Here's the problem with Chicago. Well, what used to be the problem with D.C. that the crime got so bad in the, impoverished areas that it spill over into the nice areas. Like Trump was saying, there's a lot of reporters in D.C. that said, yo, we've been mugged before. And news anchors, we've been robbed before out here in D.C. That's crazy. Now in Chicago, the gang violence gets so far to start spilling out in the middle of the city. Like, I'm be real with you. They started shooting where they sell Gucci and luxury products. That's a problem. When the crime gets so bad in one area where it spills into the nice areas, the crime has gotten out of control. I mean, to be honest, they should have tackled the crime in the impoverished areas already. But I mean, hey, I guess people only learn when it comes to I'm sorry, but I guess people only learn when it comes to their doorstep, huh?
Honestly, it's amazing. Over a period of 12 days, in other words, on the 12th day, we had the crime just about solved. And right now, people are walking out. They're going out right now to restaurants all over D.C. Whereas if you go back a year ago or 6 months ago, nobody was going out. Nobody. We did it in 12 days. Now it's better than it was in 12 days. We'll make it even better. And then we're also going to clean it up. We're going to clean up the city. We're going to make some great improvements to the roads, to the medians, to all of the signs. You got signs that have been up for 30, 40 years. They're worn out. They look like hell. We're going to redo the signs. We're going to put up new signs. It's going to look beautiful. Within a 6-month period, it'll look really beautiful. But you have essentially a crime-free zone. I mean, here we are on a nice Sunday evening. If you'd like, it feels like Saturday, actually. If you like, you could go out and you could have dinner on me, but you wouldn't do that. But you could have dinner on me if you'd like. Go ahead. What else?
Russia, when do you plan to speak to President Putin next, and what might second?
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. But let's remember to double tap that screen. Let's get more people in on the conversation.
Look, we're going to get it done. The Russia-Ukraine situation, we're going to get it done. I have confidence we're going to get it done.
Right.
Think of it. I got 7 done, all of which were impossible to do. If you look at any one of the 7, you know them. I don't have to go through them. Many of them were impossible. They were
and shout out Misfit Supervisor, guys. Make sure to follow her channel. But shout out, she said, tears are flowing. Drink up, Mac. Yes, everybody, get your cup. Get your cup of salt because the liberal tears are flowing every single time.
One was 31 years, 10 million people killed. One was 34 years with 8 million people killed. How about the Congo? They lost 9 million people, and it went on for years with Rwanda. All settled.
No end in sight.
Everybody happy. The one that I thought would have been, for me, the easiest, because of Putin, I thought that would have been, it's not turned out that way, but we're going to get it settled.
We got unfair. You brought him in to discuss Gaza and to help big peace in Gaza. What's some of the advice he's been into? Why did you bring it back in?
I think we're going to have a deal on Gaza very soon. It's a hell of a problem.
What gives
Again, it's a problem we want to solve for the Middle East, for Israel, for everybody. But it's a problem we're going to get done. So they have hostages. It could be a little bit less than 20 because some, they tend to die, right? They tend to die, even though they're young people largely. They're dying. Young people don't die. Young people stay alive.
Yeah, they shouldn't.
But with this whole thing, they tend to die. But we have, let's say, 20 people, and we have about 38 bodies. Bodies, meaning bodies.
Are you confident you can get them all released?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're going to get them all.
Did you see the turnover of the Japanese prime minister stepping down? Do you have any reaction to that?
No, I was surprised because I knew him. I liked him. And he's just now stepping down. A little bit surprised. I found him to be a very nice man, actually. We dealt very well together.
Mr. President, the price of beef continues to rise and other items keep going up. Is there any way to address the cost of beef?
Yeah, once it kicks in, once our policies kick in, the price of beef will be going down, just like the price of eggs went down and the price of a lot of other grocery items went down. Beef will go down. It'll all go down. Energy has gone way down. The price of gasoline has gone really, I think you'll be hitting $2 very soon. And it was $4.50 a little while ago. So energy's gone way down. That brings everything else with it. But beef has gone, as you know, for other reasons. The price of beef has gone up a little bit. It'll be coming down.
I went to Alaska. In the Oval Office, you said that the First Lady expressed she wasn't too enamored with Putin. You said you came home, you said you spoke to Putin. She said, well, I heard he just blew up a village today. Has she expressed anything since you've come back from Alaska?
The First Lady actually got along great with Putin, as I did. But, we're disappointed. Both of us are disappointed that this ridiculous war continues.
Are you proud to see her sending the letter that she sent?
Yeah, she is, and she's felt very strongly about the children. Yeah, feels very badly about it. Thank you, everybody.
Do you have plans to go to Japan and South Korea this fall?
What does that mean?
Or do you have plans to go to South Korea
Maybe.
and Japan?
We'll see. But it's going to be very interesting what comes out. I think we may have learned something because when they come here and there's nobody that can do what they're supposed to be doing and they bring people, those people can also teach our people. It's complicated stuff. And something very interesting could come out of that. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, I'm all about letting these guys over here and they can teach our people new skills as long as they go back home. Then it's all good. But all right, now let's get over to this hero right here in her city. This lady, man, shout out to her. Shout out to her because she's the one who snitched on the 475 Koreans.
452 illegal. So there were 452 illegals apprehended at the Hyundai mega plant construction site yesterday near Savannah. And I was the one that reported the information that I had to ICE. But it goes beyond just someone working illegally. Let me explain to you. These people are working for slave wages. Some are not getting paid. Some are being trafficked. They send money home to their country. They give money to their handler. They have hardly anything left. They live in homes, 5 families deep.
Apparently Dems are okay with slavery, but or they just don't know that it's going on.
Have no quality of life. It's modern day slavery. So if you think that ICE is just going in and ripping people out of their jobs, these hardworking people that want a better life, well, guess what? Politicians have really screwed these people because when they came here, they thought they were, hey, the border's open. We're coming in. We're going to get the 5-star treatment and we can go to the big Walmart and we can live in a 5-star hotel. And that's just not how it is. It's very bad conditions, very inhumane. And the Biden administration started a humanitarian crisis. So y'all can't just look at it like they're ripping good people off the job. They're probably saving their lives in the long run.
Yeah.
The only people that are mad about this raid in Ellaville, Georgia at the Hyundai mega site are probably people that don't pay taxes. Because in 2022, when they signed the agreement to bring that plant here and build it, they were given $32 million in tax breaks to employ Georgians. And
that's what makes it disrespectful. It's like, hold on, you guys get tax breaks to come here. You're supposed to be employing Georgians, but instead you're employing illegals or you're employing, H-1B visas. Like, yo, that's not cool. Like the fact that American people are paying for the tax breaks of big corporations just so they can go out there and not give jobs to us. Oh yes, and then they put the propaganda on and saying that, oh, American work is shit and all this wild stuff. No, it's because you actually have to pay us.
Didn't. The Georgians never were hired temp to permanent. They had more of the people apprehended yesterday were Korean. They either were here illegally.
And shout out to my man Hellbite. He say, man, don't call her a snitch. Call her a proud American. No, I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, shout out. Shout out to this patriot right here. This is a real patriot. She says, no, we're not going to let this corporation literally sit here and just feed off taxpayer money, getting all the tax breaks in the world, and they're not going to hire nobody. They're not going to hire no U.S. citizens, nobody here in this area, which we pretty much brought them here to do.
Overstayed their visas, or it was illegals working for the contractors and on the site. So they got all these tax cuts and never created jobs for Georgians. They get EPA tax cuts, never had any plans for well infrastructure or water. So the water they're using is in turn drying up farmers' wells.
Wow.
And all these surrounding counties are like, well, we have money put back in case we need to put in new wells. Well, who does that fall back on? The taxpayers. And how many cattle or crop have to die before they get it put in if they have to go in and put in those backup wells?
So for those of you that may not be familiar with who this woman is, I always like to give credit for or to the content creators, regardless of whether I agree with them or not. This woman in particular is a person that is catching a lot. And when I say a lot of flack from liberals. Wow, right? She is catching flack from liberals for snitching, in their words, on the Hyundai plant over in Georgia for getting all of these illegals arrested that was working on the site illegally. And so now she's standing up for herself. She tripling down.
Yeah, and she got more videos too. It's funny. Like, shout out to her because she's standing up for the American people, which is crazy because you expect the Dems to do this and you would hope that they would have cracked down on this and be like, no, this is not what we expected these corporations to do with the immigrants. No, we did not want y'all to do this. We did not want y'all to just start flooding out factories with the illegals so you don't have to pay American workers a livable wage. And that's literally what they're doing it for. Let's be quite honest.
Georgians, and if you're a taxpayer, it should piss you off. You shouldn't be defending it. The biggest crock of shit I've heard so far since the Hyundai plant in Elabella, Georgia was raided was that the Koreans and the illegals will do jobs that Americans can't do or won't do. Well, that's bullshit, because there were union workers out there who weld, who are safety certified, who are skilled, who those people for decades have built this country. The union and laborers built this country, but they don't want to pay skilled American laborers that are safety certified because it costs them too much. They want to hire illegal labor and people on H-1B visas from foreign countries because they save money.
Yep.
Yet they give them millions of dollars.
I mean, especially those guys in the tech sector. I mean, that's why Elon was out there trying to champion H-1B visas, because he saves a lot of money hiring people from overseas instead of hiring, our American scholars who are in STEM. Because why? He would have to pay those guys probably like what, 100, 150K to 200K. But Sanji coming over there from India, all you got to pay them is 80, maybe less.
And tax cuts for allegedly creating jobs for Georgians that never happens. But they shit all over our skilled laborers because they would have to pay them more, even though they are skilled and safety certified. They would rather pay $150,000 OSHA lawsuit like they did with the guy that died on the forklift out there. That place was one big accident waiting to happen.
I mean, when you're saving millions of dollars just by hiring illegals or H-1B visas, then, I mean, come on now. Yeah, of course, $150,000 fine ain't really nothing. Like, we'll take the fine, just to make us hire American workers. It's like crazy.
So the contractors, the corporations will hire illegal labor over Americans, not because Americans won't do the job. It's because the Americans are skilled, safety certified, and they know their worth. So they would rather just pay these OSHA lawsuits when people die. It's just ridiculous. I love how y'all say, oh, she's doubling down. She's reneging on what she said. Listen, I stand on business. And when I say something, I don't back down from it. This isn't a pissing contest. So for all you people from out of state harassing me 24 hours a day, coming to our state protesting about shit you don't even understand, let me break it down for you. I didn't know anything about the Korean aspect of the raid. I didn't realize that 300 of the people working at the LG battery site inside the Hyundai mega site were either working on expired visas or didn't have proper visas. And now they're being flown home on a cushy plane, according to the Trump administration and their country. And their country and the Trump administration are going to figure out what they need to do to rectify the situation. Now, as far as the other 172 who some reported, including myself, they were being hired by American subcontractors after they pushed the unions out who were safe, who know how to do their jobs. And they were paying them like $7.50 an hour.
Yep.
They were holding out money saying, well, you've got to pay.
Oh, no, it gets worse than that. I mean, bro, sometimes these, sometimes these like these third party contractors or these third party employers are grimy. Though they find a way. All right, so let's say the job pays $20 an hour, right? So the third party employer will just take like, I don't know, let's say they'll take like $12. Yeah, they'll take $12 and they'll pay you $8. Or if they're nice, they'll take the $8 and they'll pay you $12. Either way, you're not getting paid with everybody else who's, I would say, actually hired on to the company or a legal citizen is getting paid.
This fear you can't stay here working 6 or 7 hours a day, 12 hours a day, 6 or 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, pardon me, and horrible working conditions, which there are videos of. You can actually go look at some of the Savannah news channels and Google some of the stuff on that, and you'll be able to find it. But you guys are coming here protesting, saying your neighbors, they're not your neighbors, and it's not your tax dollars that's paying.
Man, here's the worst part. I mean, some of these guys, they got to send money back home because they're being extorted, or they're just doing it for their own benefit to send money back home to go build a house. Either way, they're not helping circulate money into the American economy, and they're not really helping us out. So, hey, this is one reason why I really don't have too much heart for these guys to send them back where they came from. It is what it is.
For it. Okay, we
don't care about us
around here, and this is what we voted for. And as far as my campaign, well, I'm in a hard Republican district, 22 counties, 2 partial counties. Only one of them is Democrat. So you can stop with that buzz right now. We do the right thing. This is what we voted for. I stand by that, and I stand by
respect.
We don't hire illegals and slave labor in this country. We hire Americans. Some of y'all are so up in arms about the 300 Koreans being detained by ICE for not having proper visas, which is not the part that I knew anything about, but they wouldn't have apprehended them if they had the proper documentation. And I don't direct ICE. But what you're not up in arms about, and you should be, is the fact that they're upset about that when there's only 3 requirements: a background check, a proper visa, keeping it updated, and a passport. That is it. Do you know what our troops have to have? Our over 1 million troops that have been guarding the DMZ between North and South Korea since 1953. It's 2.5 miles long, right? With booby traps and entrapments. And when our troops go there, they leave their families for at least a year, and they put their butt on the line. And you know what they have to have? They have to have a passport, immunizations, medical clearance, dental clearance, a sponsor, military order, and everything else that falls under the status of forces agreement. It is a lot of paperwork, a lot of documentation, and it has to be maintained. Our military cannot drop the ball.
Yeah, but when some of these guys don't bother learning the language, I mean, it's pretty hard to get that paperwork filled out. Even if we do got the translators and stuff, I mean, some of these guys don't even barely have an education. So that really don't work out for them. So trust me, doing all that paperwork, don't help. And they say, we're bringing over the best and brightest. Yeah, when they come over the legal way. Yeah, when they come over the legal way, sure. But all right, now let's get on to Caroline Leavitt in the press briefing. Let's get right into it.
Scheduling update today. President Trump will commemorate the 24th anniversary of 9/11 on Thursday with a visit to the Pentagon Memorial in the morning, followed by an appearance at the New York Yankees game at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx on Thursday evening. Next week, as you all know, the president and the first lady will depart for their historic state visit to the United Kingdom on Tuesday, and they return to Washington on Thursday.
And shout out to my man Ryan Sanders. He says she deserves a reward from the taxpayers, in my opinion. I mean, I agree with you. I agree. I mean, they should go ahead and take it right out of those, what was it? Those tax breaks we was giving to Hyundai. Take it right out of there. Give her a nice, I don't know, good $1 million, because That's some good work. And wait, isn't there supposed to be like some type of prize or something like what, $1,000 an immigrant? I'm just playing, by the way. But if there was, though, hey, she at least be 100,000 up.
Today, I would like to address the tragedy that has not received nearly enough media attention: the brutal murder of Irina Zarutska. Here are the facts that many outlets have shamefully and intentionally failed to report until President Trump drew attention to it. On August 22nd, Irina Zarutska was stabbed to death on the rail system in Charlotte, North Carolina, by a savage career criminal. This is a public transportation system that many in the area use every single day to go to school and work. Irina was on the train that night traveling home from her job at a pizzeria, still in uniform from her shift. This beautiful, innocent 23-year-old young woman was a Ukrainian refugee who had recently fled her country for a chance at a safer life and a promising new beginning here in the United States of America. But tragically, a public transportation system in a major American city was more dangerous than the active war zone that she left. The president and the entire White House are praying for her family and friends during this unimaginably difficult time. But while we extend our thoughts and prayers, we must also seek justice for this crime and call attention to this heinous incident. Surveillance video of the killing was finally released to the public this past Friday. It shows the alleged killer, DeCarlos Brown Jr., pull out a knife, get up from his seat behind Irina, and prepare to thrust a blade into her neck before the released footage gets cut. This is pure evil on full display. The most enraging and unacceptable part of this story is that her death was entirely preventable.
Yeah.
DeCarlos Brown never should have been on that train that night.
I mean, let's be real. They locked him up 14 times. This man has got caught up in assault, robbery, like all this stuff. Like, he should have never been out on the street. Like, that's how it was preventable.
In fact, he should have been behind bars. DeCarlos Brown has been charged with crimes no fewer than 14 times, dating back to 2011, including for armed robbery, felony larceny, breaking and entering, and shoplifting. Brown had previously served 5 years in prison for a robbery with a deadly weapon charge, and he had also forfeited bonds 3 different times, twice in 2014 and once in 2023. Despite all of this past documented criminal history, when Brown was arrested yet again in January of this past year, a Democrat judge, who I will add was a strong supporter of former Vice President Kamala Harris, released this insane criminal once again without requiring him to pay any bail. He simply had to sign a written promise to return for his court hearing. Think about how crazy it is to ask a career criminal, someone who by definition repeatedly breaks the law, to just sign a written promise and come back again another day. This is madness. This monster should have been locked up, and Irina should still be alive. But Democrat politicians, liberal judges, and weak prosecutors would rather virtue signal than lock up criminals and protect their communities. And perhaps most shamefully of all, the majority of the media, many outlets in this room, decided that her murder was not worth reporting on originally because it does not fit a preferred narrative. Many of the journalists in this room spilled plenty of ink trying to smear Daniel Penny for defending a subway car from a deranged lunatic in New York City, but none of those same reporters lift a finger to write stories about an actual murderer. Here's the truth that every American must know. Too many innocent...
And we already spoke on it. It's like, for some reason, the media, if it was the other way around, they probably wouldn't even have touched on it. They probably would not have tried it. They didn't want to touch on it. And that's the damn shame. It's kind of crazy how I seen this pop up on Twitter before it hit mainstream media. And I'm gonna be honest with you, it didn't look like any side of media was trying to touch it until it really started proliferating. Everybody like, no, cover it. And it needed to be covered. Because this lady just got stabbed unprovoked in a subway by some guy who should have been off the streets. But thanks to the cashless bail system and some loony ass judge, he's able to get out onto the street over and over and over again. And then the worst part about it is, oh man, now this just fuels race tension. Charlie Kirk wants to say, oh, this is a hate crime. I'm like, no, this is a mental illness guy. This guy's mentally ill. He's been mentally ill every time they arrested his ass. He has a history of doing crime. His own mom don't even trust him to be out of jail. I mean, it's not like this guy just had a clean history and he just hated white people. No, he just honestly mentally ill, and he's a I'm sorry, but he's a criminal. He's a career criminal. That's it. I don't know why everybody trying to make it about race all of a sudden, or I'm be real with you, black on white crime, but no. Anybody was trying to do that, as long as he's just trying to fear monger, or nowadays, I guess, race monger. It's sad, but it is what it is. And a shout out to my man Sid. He said, instead of changing the name to the Department of War, they should have changed the name to the Department of War for Israel, which is God damn it, Sid. God damn it. What's going on, bro?
People across the country continue to pay the price of the failed experiment known as cashless bail that has been championed by the Democrat Party for years. All the way back in 2020, North Carolina's then Democrat Governor Roy Cooper established a so-called task force for racial equity in criminal justice. Sounds nice, but it's not.
And this is the worst part of the rhetoric now. And now it's going to be, look, it's very surprising for some of these, I guess, I don't know, but I'm going to call y'all the Groypers, the Nick Fuentes guys. But it's really hard for these guys to hear that it's 10% of black people that do most of the crime. I know people are trying to say that, oh, it's 90% black people that do all the crime and 10% are innocent. No, it's 10% that do all the crime and 90% that are innocent. Sadly, this 10%, I guess, keeps getting let out of jail, and they are repeated offenders. I mean, so yeah, just like this man, this prime example of is be the 10% who get caught up and do all this crime, but somehow gets let back out into society to do what? Commit more crime. And then boom, now this happens, racial tensions fueled, and now everybody's talking about, oh, black people are the most dangerous thing on the block. And it's like, okay, whatever, guys, whatever.
Task force was co-authored by then Attorney General and current Democrat Governor Josh Stein. It recommended, quote, reimagining public safety to, quote, promote diversion and other alternatives to arrest. It also advised to de-emphasize some felony crimes, prioritize, quote, restorative justice, and eliminate cash bail. Democrats in North Carolina and nationwide are consumed with pushing a woke, soft on crime agenda, no matter how many innocent Americans suffer as a result. Instead of aggressively...
Yeah, if you guys are trying to say, because I think somebody said, you think the people in the hood don't have a hate for white people? No, they don't. They really don't. Like I said, this guy was like literally mentally ill. If you guys are trying to think that this man and his mindset of what he did and what he did to this white girl represents all black people, you're honestly just trying to sell fear. You're honestly trying to sell fear of black people, and it's kind of crazy. If you think this guy represents 90% of black people, I mean, you're honestly out of your mind, and you really need to look up some real statistics.
Prosecuting and locking up violent criminals, the Democrat-backed cashless bail approach lets these criminals roam free in our country to offend again and again. These reckless policies have turned too many of American cities into hunting grounds for career criminals who mock our justice system, drain law enforcement.
And shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He said repeat offenders should have constant psych evaluations. I know, and that did not happen for this man. And don't worry, we're going to get into his history and all that good stuff. So once again, I can kind of drill my point in on how, one, it's the 10%, but everybody tries to flip it around, or the racists try to flip it around and try to say, oh, no, it's 90% that commit all the crime. No. I will not let you do my people like that. And trust me, I hold my people accountable all the time. I will sit there and say that, yo, we do try to proliferate crime in the black community, then we try to rap about it. I will sit there and say that, but this right here, no, this is not about a black man hating a white person or a black man trying to go out there and kill a white lady. And if you want to sit there and think that as all black men, you are stupid. No, this is about a mentally ill person who has a history of crime, probably due to his mental illness and it not being taken care of, going out there and doing something heinous like this.
Enforcement resources and wreak havoc on law-abiding citizens. Enough is enough, and that is why President Trump is doing everything in his power by taking action to undo these absurd policies. The president recently signed a powerful executive order directing the AG.
Oh, and shout out Mandy. She says, Let's see here. He says, I would say you're right about the 10%. The 10%. The problem is the 10% are really getting out of control. I mean, that is true. The 10% are getting out of control and they do need to be stopped. But here's the thing. I mean, when you live in democratic cities and the Dems don't really want to, challenge these people. And if anything, they kind of placate to them, kind of make them the victim, push them back out into the world to go let them F up again. It's like, what can you do? What can you do? I mean, at the end of the day, you got to blame the leadership at that point. If these people don't want to lock them up, what do you want us to do? Bro, I could have went out there and turned this man in myself, and they'd have let his ass back out. Like, you can't even blame the black community because his own mom said, no, he needs to be in jail. His own mom. We already did our job. We already said this man is mentally unfit, and they still let his ass out. Still.
To submit a list of states and local jurisdictions with cashless bail policies so that the Trump administration may identify federal funds that are being provided to these states and can potentially be suspended or terminated. President Trump firmly believes that to maintain order in public safety, we must incarcerate individuals whose pending criminal charges or criminal history demonstrate a clear ongoing risk to civil society. This is a common sense and sensible approach that the vast majority of Americans agree with, and it's time for the Democrat Party to get on board with what is right. When these criminals are caught, they must be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law and be sent to prison where they can no longer terrorize our streets. This is the mandate the American people delivered to President Trump, and it's a mandate he intends to fulfill. Staying on the topic of public safety, new preliminary data released today by Customs and Border Protection in August shows that President Trump has delivered the most secure border in American history. For the fourth straight month, 0 illegal aliens were released into the United States by CBP. Nationwide encounters are down 93% below the peak of the Biden administration. Border Patrol apprehensions on the southwest border in the entire month of August were less than what was apprehended in 4 days in August 2024 under the Biden administration. President Trump has ended disastrous Biden illegal alien invasion, and he sealed our border in record time, keeping this central promise he made to the American public. With that, I will take your questions. Here in our new media seat today, we have Michael Schellenberger, who is the founder of Public News with nearly 2 million readers and subscribers. Michael, thank you for being here today. Thank you. And why don't you kick us off? Sure.
Thank you for making space for new media. Nice to meet all of you. It's great to be here. I want to see if you could give some insight whether the president is considering additional measures against Europe and Brazil, not just for censorship, but also for preventing political candidates from actually competing in elections. We've now seen in Romania, France, and now Germany with Joachim Paul, efforts to basically just prevent candidates from being able to compete in elections. The president has shown some concern around President Bolsonaro, who's being prevented from running. All of this is coming in the context of increased censorship of online platforms, of American platforms, and efforts to censor Americans. I'm personally being investigated under criminal investigation with my Brazilian colleagues for publishing the Twitter Files Brazil. We're very grateful that the president has imposed Magnitsky sanctions on the judge. Is the president considering additional actions, given that it appears that they're going to end up with a conviction against President Bolsonaro, preventing him from running? Is he considering doing anything about this crackdown in Europe? I mean, it's shocking to see Joachim Paul, this mayoral candidate.
And shout out to Sid. He says, so now we care about Ukrainian lives. Sid, we've always cared about Ukrainian lives, my progressive liberal brother. We've always cared about Ukrainian lives. I mean, no, that's what we wanted to stop. That's what, I mean, really, that's why I want him to surrender, because guess what? It stops. And we don't live in a fantasy land like you do, my friend. Live in the fantasy land of thinking that we can just, I don't know, I guess, buy them into a victory, just throw up money and weapons into the air and think that they're just going to come out with a dub on Russia. Like, sorry, but that's not how it's going to work out. And you're living in a fantasy land if you think that Ukraine can beat Russia. I mean, shoot. We thought, I mean, working them into a stalemate, sure. I was trying to give y'all that, but since Putin's been pushing the front line, he attacked the Capitol and all this wild stuff, which is bad, by the way, which is not good. Well, it kind of does seem that, once again, Russia has the upper hand, or it's once again showing that they're the more powerful force.
In Germany, the criminal indictment against him cites him, quote, saying that he loves the Lord of the Rings as reason why he's an extremist and shouldn't be able to run. So I just wonder if you could speak to that. And again, I'm grateful to be here. Nice to meet you all. And I'm grateful for what the Trump administration has done to push for free speech abroad.
Well, thanks for being here, Michael.
And shout out Misfit Supervisor for being here for 3 months. Appreciate the support, sis. Somebody said a stalemate is a win. I mean, shoot, not when you took 20% of their land, it's not.
We appreciate it. Freedom of speech is arguably the most important issue of our time. It is enshrined in our Constitution, and the president believes in it strongly. He himself faced censorship in his road back to this beautiful Oval Office here in Washington, D.C., so he takes this very seriously, as does, I know, the Vice President of the United States and the entire Trump administration, which is why we have taken significant action with regards to Brazil in the form of both sanctions and also leveraging the use of tariffs to ensure that countries around the world are not punishing their citizens in this way. And at the same time, the president is, while he's leveraging the United States to safeguard our interests abroad, he's also making sure that freedom of speech remains here in the United States of America. So I don't have any additional actions to preview for you today, but I can tell you this is a priority for the administration, and the president is unafraid to use the economic might, the military might of the United States of America to protect free speech around the world.
Quick follow-up to that?
Sure.
Quick follow-up, which is just, there was a Reuters story saying that the Trump administration was looking at this Europe-U.S. trade deal as one of the sticking points, this issue of the censorship, not just of U.S. platforms, of Americans. Do you have any updates on how those trade talks are going? And I also wonder if the president is concerned about NATO membership. NATO membership requires that you be a democracy and you have free speech. Is it possible that some of these actions that we've seen in Romania, France, and Germany would disqualify those countries from being in NATO after this?
I have not heard the president discuss NATO membership in regards to this issue in particular, but I have heard him discuss the issue of free speech and the importance of free speech with foreign leaders around the world, including the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. When we were in Scotland, the president brought this up and how important it is for the Prime Minister to protect free speech in the UK and in various conversations with other world leaders. So he brings it up, and I think the entire world knows that this is a priority for the president of the United States. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. Regarding the Israeli strike in Doha, how much time or how much of a heads up did the U.S. get, and does the president support the strike?
Sure. Well, I have a statement to read for all of you with respect to the Israeli strike in Doha, and here it is. This morning, the Trump administration was notified by the United States military that as Israel was attacking Hamas, which very unfortunately was located in a section of Doha, the capital of Qatar. Unilaterally bombing inside Qatar, a sovereign nation and close ally of the United States that is working very hard and bravely taking risks with us to broker peace, does not advance Israel or America's goals.
I mean, bruh. I mean, they're an ally. They've been doing all this diplomacy with us, and we let them get bombed? We let Israel bomb their capital. And then here's the thing. The Hamas guys survived. They didn't die. No, they survived.
However, eliminating Hamas, who have profited off the misery of those living in Gaza, is a worthy goal. President Trump immediately directed Special Envoy Witkoff to inform the Qataris of the impending attack, which he did. The president views Qatar as a strong ally and friend of the United States and feels very badly about the location of this attack. President Trump wants all of the hostages in Gaza and the bodies of the dead released.
I mean, see, I would love to believe that. I would love to believe that, but man, look, according to Al Jazeera and other news publications, that's just not the truth.
A member of Hamas's political bureau told Al Jazeera earlier that the group was meeting at the time of the attack with, quote, a positive outlook on the American ceasefire proposal. He also said that the group holds the American administration responsible for the attack. Now, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt has been speaking over the past hour in her regular press briefing, and she's been asked about this Israeli strike on Doha. She said the Israeli strike was, quote, unfortunate, and that Qatar had advance warning of the attack.
This morning, the Trump administration was notified by the United States military that as Israel was attacking Hamas, which very unfortunately was located in a section of Doha, the capital of Qatar. Unilaterally bombing inside Qatar, a sovereign nation and close ally of the United States that is working very hard and bravely taking risks with us to broker peace, does not advance Israel or America's goals. However, eliminating Hamas, who have profited off the misery of those living in Gaza, is a worthy goal. President Trump immediately directed Special Envoy Witkoff to inform the Qataris of the impending attack, which he did. The president views Qatar as a strong ally and friend of the United States and feels very badly about the location of this attack. President Trump wants all of the hostages in Gaza and the bodies of the dead released, and this war to end now. President Trump also spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu after the attack. The Prime Minister told President Trump that he wants to make peace, and quickly. President Trump believes this unfortunate incident could serve as an opportunity.
Here's the thing, the attack went undetected, and here's the problem with them going undetected. I mean, their air defense system is, well, it's our air defense system. So it's not really a good look on our military if Israel's able to just get around our air defense system, or did we just turn off our air defense system so Israel can do the strike? I mean, all will be revealed later on in the day. But shout out to my man, Sadie says she got microplastics. I mean, bro, how? Man, I ain't gonna lie. This man hates. I ain't gonna lie. Your TDS is official. Hates every member of the Trump administration. Everyone.
For peace. The president also spoke to the Emir and Prime Minister of Qatar and thanked them for their support and friendship to our country. He assured them that such a thing will not happen again on their soil.
And breaking news, just in the last few moments, Qatar's foreign ministry spokesperson has addressed what you heard there from the White House press spokesperson, that the country was informed of that Israeli attack on Doha beforehand. Qatar is saying that is false. Charles Stratford is live from the Corniche in Doha for us again. So, Charles, Qatar now directly contradicting what the White House said.
That's right. That statement from the foreign ministry literally dropping a couple of minutes ago. I'll read out exactly what it says. It says that the statements being circulated about Qatar being informed in advance of the attack are baseless. The statement goes on to say that the communication received from one of the American officials happened during the sound of the explosions. This obviously comes on the back of that statement made by the White House earlier, which said that Steve Witkoff, the US Special Envoy, was told to inform the Qataris of the impending attack. So Qatar very keen to point out that seemingly that advance warning that Witkoff was told to give the Qataris was nowhere near on time. The Qataris saying that they received it as the attack itself was happening.
Charles, can you remind our viewers, can you give us some context here on U.S.-Qatar relations? Because they are very close allies. Donald Trump was here 3 months ago.
That's right. Very close relations and relations that were established a long time ago. We know.
I mean, that's the problem. Qatar's kind of been one of our best allies in the Middle East. I mean, they got us cool with Syria. They're the reason why we're even able to talk to the leaders of Hamas. I mean, they're the reason why we were even able to really get in contact with Iran. Like, anytime we get in touch with these Middle Eastern countries, like damn near friend or foe, we do it through Qatar. I mean, Qatar was the guys who got us good with the UAE. It's kind of effed up to let this attack go down on them, in my opinion.
That the US has its largest airbase here in Qatar. Trump has always been very generous, and previous administrations very generous in their comments about the Qataris. And we know how pivotal the Qataris have been in trying to mediate an end to this war. The White House only this evening or this afternoon in Washington saying that this attack did not advance Israel or US goals. It said that hitting Hamas is a worthy goal, but it said that the US feels badly about the location of the attack. And we know now that Trump has subsequently spoken to Qatar's leader following that attack. But yeah, the relationship between the US has for decades between the US and Qatar been very strong indeed. And it seems as if...
Here's the thing, though, like Qatar is probably not going to respond. But if they, I hope they don't respond. But I'm be honest with you, if they don't respond, then they're probably going to get bullied in the future. I mean, let's be real. If one country attacks you and you don't do nothing, I mean, even Iran had to give back a symbolic, retaliation. So they might do the same thing where they warn Israel about, a missile that's coming and they'll deflect it and everything's all good. But yeah, doing this on, on Qatar, and like I said, they're not an enemy of the United States. They're not even an enemy of Israel. So to do that over there is crazy. I remember when they bombed that one guy in Iran, and I mean, that made sense. I mean, all right, well, Iran's an enemy of both of us. Like, I get that. But Qatar, yeah, that's going a bit too far right there. But all right, though, let's get back to Caroline Levitt.
Prime Minister of Qatar, and thanked them for their support and friendship to our country. He assured them that such a thing will not happen again on their soil.
And to be clear, the president disagrees with the location of the strike and that he passed that along to Prime Minister Netanyahu.
The president just confirmed that in the statement that I just read to you, which I spoke with him about before coming out here.
Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. So is the president upset with Netanyahu now?
The president made his thoughts and concerns about this very clear, and he spoke again both to Prime Minister Netanyahu and also the Emir and the Prime Minister of Qatar after this attack. And the president has always made it very clear that he wants peace in the Middle East, just like he sought that and accomplished that in his first term. He expects all of our allies and friends in the region, that includes both Qatar and Israel, to seek peace as well. And he wants to see that happen, and he's working with all of our allies in the region to get that done.
How? It just doesn't seem like Israel give a damn. It's like, bro, let's be real. We didn't even expect them to attack like Hezbollah, but they did. Like, they attacked Lebanon. Now they want Lebanon to give up their weapons, and they're like, hell no, because they're like, bro, you're going to do us like you did with Syria. You're going to start taking land. I'm going to be real with you. It does seem like, well, Israel is starting beef with everybody in the Middle East for no reason.
So to speak, for Netanyahu.
And we can say that with Qatar, because it's for no reason.
Doing this, as it sounds, against the president's wishes, or at least his belief that it was appropriate. Is there going to be any directive from the president to Netanyahu in terms of what's allowed in the future? And also, is there any concern this could jeopardize the Abraham Accords?
Look, that's a decision only the president can make. With respect to your first question, to answer your second question, as you heard from the president, he said he believes that this can serve as an opportunity for peace, and he's still actively and aggressively pursuing it with all of our allies and partners in the region. Jennifer.
Just to follow up on that, Caroline, are you able to say how often the president spoke to the Prime Minister of Israel before this? Because that's one question. And then what did he mean on Sunday when he posted, "I've given my last warning to Hamas," etc.? He wasn't talking about this strike on Doha?
No, he was not. As I told you, the Trump administration was notified by the United States military that Israel was attacking Hamas, and the president spoke to the prime minister after the attack, as well as, again, the emir and the prime minister of Qatar. And I know Secretary Rubio and Special Envoy Witkoff were present for that call with the Qataris as well. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. I have two questions for you on crime crackdown.
Sure.
Democrats have tried to argue that red states have higher crime rates while overlooking problems of high crime in blue cities. I'm wondering if the president would consider working with red state governors to fix high crime in blue cities, like in Memphis, Tennessee.
So first of all, I want to get to the premise of your question, Reagan, which is being pushed by Democrats, that there is crime in red states. Of course, there is crime in all states, but the crime in these cities is all in cities that are run by Democrats. If you look at the list of the top 20 high crime cities in the United States, every single one, with the exception of one in Louisiana, is run by a Democrat. And these Democrats have supported the same policies that I spoke about at the beginning of this briefing, like cashless bail. If you look at a red state, Mississippi, but a Democrat-run city in that state, Jackson, in 2019, Jackson, Mississippi, eliminated cash bail for virtually all misdemeanor cases. And while Jackson is not formally a sanctuary city, the state of Mississippi formally banned sanctuary cities, and this city has acted as a de facto sanctuary city for criminals and illegal aliens since 2017. Same thing, Birmingham, Alabama, a Democrat-run city in a red state. In 2017, the Birmingham City Council unanimously passed a resolution, quote, committing to establish sanctuary policies. So if you actually look at the facts from these Democrat-run cities, these are cities that are run by Democrats and by by members of the Democrat Party. These are blue cities, and they have all supported these disastrous.
It was just funny how they, well, what about the red states? The red states said those are the ones with the highest crime. I know, but here's the sad part about that. I mean, like I said, you put it under a microscope, you zoom in, and you start seeing where all the high crime areas are at. And who run these high crime areas or these high crime cities? Democrats. Every single time, a Democrat. Or at least have a long history of Democratic mayors, and they probably just now got like a Republican, like Shreveport, Louisiana.
Policies which allow repeated career criminals back onto the streets to further commit acts of violence. And so to answer your question, yes, the president wants to work with anyone across this country who wants to end these horrible policies and to bring law and order to our streets. And I think that is proven by his tremendous cooperation with the mayor of Washington, D.C. and our nation's capital. And just look at the results of that. And I do have some updates for you on the D.C. crime crackdown if anyone is interested. There have been a total of 2,177 arrests made since the start of the operation on August 7th. Just last night, there were 57 arrests made in Washington, D.C. Of the 57 arrests, there were 14 illegal aliens who were arrested, many of whom had prior criminal histories. And other arrests just last night in our nation's capital, so you all can be very grateful for this. Our great men and women of law enforcement, both federal and local, working together as they should, made an arrest on a warrant for assault with the intent to kill. The subject shot 2 adult males after an altercation. They made an arrest on a warrant for an armed carjacking. The subject assaulted an adult male in the face with a firearm and then took his keys. We also made an arrest on a warrant for simple assault and the destruction of property and subsequently charged with second-degree theft. Last night in D.C., there was an arrest for possession of a controlled substance with second-degree theft. There was an arrest for possession of a controlled substance with the intent to distribute. That subject, the person is also a subject of interest in a homicide and a carjacking. Last night in D.C., we also arrested a felon in possession of a firearm who was carrying that firearm without a license. So these are the career criminals. These are the bad guys that we are picking up in Washington, D.C. every day. The president would love to do this in every Democrat-run city across the country, and he hopes that more Democrats will call the White House to allow us to help them.
One more that's D.C. specific. Congress is poised to not extend Trump's federalization of the D.C. police. Mayor Bowser signed an executive order formalizing cooperation with federal forces. You just mentioned all the success that the operation has had. Does the White House believe that the Mayor Bowser's action is enough to continue the crime crackdown?
We are very grateful for the mayor's cooperation in this effort, and we look forward to continuing to work with her and the Metropolitan Police Department. Bloomberg.
Thanks, Caroline.
At least one of them's cooperating.
Okay, to speak with Putin soon. Can we expect a vote?
I mean, shout out to Mayor Bowser. I mean, she was against it at first, but she's seen the results and, she came around. I mean, maybe we can do the same thing to Pritzker.
Call between the two leaders this week.
I don't have any phone calls to read out between you, the president, and any other foreign leaders.
Thanks, Carol. I want to ask about the benchmark revisions that came out. If you look at the revisions between March of 2024 and March of 2025, and you do a little math, it averages out to 73,000 jobs roughly per month added to the economy, less than what was thought. When can we expect the Trump administration, now that their policies are rolling out, for that increase, that average to increase?
Well, let me just say something about the revisions that came out this morning. And this was one of the biggest revisions in absolute terms in decades. In the benchmark year, March 2024 to 2025, shows that the job growth was vastly weaker during the Biden administration than ever previously reported. Between this revision and last year's, job growth was actually overstated by approximately 2 million jobs. And the Biden administration stood up here and vouched for that data and told you that data was real. And when President Trump calls into question the veracity of that data, like he did before he took the oath of office and even now as president of the United States, he was ridiculed for that. And turns out this revision proves two things. Number one, the president was right. And this is why we need new leadership at the Fed. And this makes it very clear that President Trump inherited a much worse economy by the Biden administration than ever reported. And it also proves that the Federal Reserve is holding our monetary policy far too restrictive. Interest rates are too high. The Fed needs to cut the rates because of the mess that we inherited from the Biden.
Honestly, the Fed needs to get abolished altogether. But like I said, man, that's a whole different argument, different live. But yes, the Fed does need to be abolished because, one, it operates completely outside the people and our government, and nobody really can tell the Fed what to do. And apparently that's how it was supposed to work. But there's a problem with the Fed. I mean, they could be too late to fix an economic situation, and just like, well, the Great Depression. Or just like what Powell was doing back when he was upping the rates during the Biden administration. It wasn't really helping anything, but it wasn't really helping too much. But he had to do it to kind of curb the inflation that was coming from the proliferated spending that, well, Trump and Biden both did.
Administration time frame. The president has said a year. Secretary Bessent said maybe the fourth quarter.
But here's the problem, though. Biden's Inflationary Reduction Act, I mean, shoot, that didn't help. It only caused more inflation.
When can we expect these numbers to increase?
Well, first, we need accurate numbers. We need truthful and honest data, which is why the president took the monumental step to try and appoint and confirm new leadership at the BLS, so we can have data that we can actually rely on. And that's what the president is doing, and we hope that his nominee will soon be confirmed. Charlie.
You addressed the crime of Irina Zarutska, and the president has done a lot to deliver justice for victims of crimes like that horrific stabbing. And the Epstein files are back in the news because a lot of Americans feel that that Jeffrey Epstein's victims never got justice. Does the president care about these victims? Do you think he can does he want to deliver more justice for them? And is he willing to meet with them?
The president cares about victims of all crimes, and that's why Republicans in the Trump Department of Justice have done more in terms of transparency when it comes to the Epstein case than any prior administration. And why are the Democrats all of a sudden caring about this? It's because they are desperately trying to concoct a hoax to smear the president of the United States. We have seen this time and time again. Ro Khanna and all of these other Democrats, they could have cared about those victims 4 years ago when Joe Biden was in office. They could have pushed for transparency then. Unfortunately, the Democrats are using victims as political pawns to try to smear and to push a hoax against the president of the United States. And I will get you numbers on the amount of child predators that this administration and this FBI and this Department of Justice have locked up under President Trump's leadership. We have done more than any president to protect victims of crime, especially.
And shout out to Sid. He says, give the people what they want. Bring me up. Now, you know damn well, Sid. 1, we got to hit gold. 2, if you think the people want you up, Sid, you are hilarious. Like, you know, I kind of want you up. You know, I don't mind talking to you. But the audience, they could get a bit weary of you sometimes.
Disgusting, heinous sexual crimes. And that includes the deportation of illegal aliens who are perpetrating these crimes against innocent victims in our country right now today. And that remains a top priority for this administration.
Does the president, will he meet with the victims?
On the Doha strikes, did the president speak with Netanyahu before they were carried out? Did he urge him to not go through with it, or did they only speak afterwards?
Again, I read you a statement. The Trump administration was notified by the United States military that Israel was attacking Hamas. The president directed his special envoy Witkoff to immediately call the Qataris. And after the attack, he spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu. Behind you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
About the Epstein case, would the White House support a professional handwriting expert review of the document released yesterday to prove that it's not the president's signature?
Sure, we would support that. And in fact, I have already seen many forensic analysts of signatures coming out. I believe it was the Daily Signal that published a piece with 3 separate signature analysts who said that this absolutely was not the president's authentic signature.
Yeah,
and we have maintained that position all along. The president did not write this letter. He did not sign this letter. And that's why the president's external.
In all honesty, does it really, like, okay, look. The thing is that them are trying to catch Trump up in a lie, but honestly, it kind of doesn't really matter because, well, this was all before he found out that Epstein was this, you know, child predator. So, child predator. But yeah, so does it really even matter that he was writing birthday letters to this guy? Not really. But if he's denying it and it does happen to be true, then that is pretty bad.
The team is aggressively pursuing litigation against the Wall Street Journal, and they will continue to. Christian.
Thanks, Caroline. Following up on Ed, now that we have these revised jobs numbers, is the president concerned at all that price spikes, you know, stemming from his tariffs through the end of the year might actually be driving the country towards a depression or a recession? What I'm asking is he committed to these policies now that we know how faulty the jobs data was?
The president is committed to his policies because his policies are working, Christian. And there have been a lot of people fear-mongering about inflation in this room, but it just has not come to fruition. On a monthly basis, CPI inflation has now come in at or below the market's expectation for 6 consecutive months, every month that President Trump has been in office. Overall, inflation has run at a 1.9% average pace in the president's first 6 months in office. I would have told all of you that in January, you would not have believed me, but those are the facts and those are the numbers. And we also see many other positive signs in economic indicators like real GDP. In the second quarter, it was revised up to 3.3%. That beat the market's expectation. We know there's a capital spending boom right now, which we know is one of the greatest economic indicators of job growth. We know wages are increasing at a far faster pace than they were under the previous administration.
Here's the thing, though. We're going to have to wait for these job revision numbers. And it's kind of crazy how these, they do the job reports, because somebody finally came out. I believe it was Scott Besson, or I think it was the economic advisor. But they pretty much were explaining that, well, there's two ways that they run the report or they run the survey. They either, one, call people and ask them, do they have a job? Or they send out job surveys to these companies. So those are the two ways they collect data to give you the jobs report. And the way they were saying is that, well, one could read a higher number than the other. So they could say, let's say they got like 100,000 people calling in saying they got jobs. But when they do the job surveys, maybe like 40,000 people came in saying they have jobs. Well, they're going to go with that 40,000 until they're able to confirm the 100,000. And they might revise it up or down later on once the final numbers come in.
See, productivity in the second quarter was also revised up to a strong 3.3%. In total industrial.
Oh, and shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, F no. He said, fuck no, Sid. Skid. Said it still hasn't polished his forehead. Okay, yeah, screw you. But
industrial production, factory output also surged. All of this means the economy is moving. People are working. People are spending money. You look at consumer spending. That is also ticking up and in the right direction. And a large part, it's because of the incredible work the president has done in terms of energy and unlocking our energy dominance in this country. Again, these jobs, the numbers from the BLS today prove that the economy was an absolute mess. And we are working every single day to fix it. And all of those indicators I just read for you are positive sign of what is to come.
Just one more quickly on trade.
Danny.
Just wanted to get a bit of clarity on the sequence of events for the Doha attack and the notification. You said that the U.S. military notified, if I got it right, the Trump administration was notified by the U.S. military.
That's right.
Was the U.S. military notified by the Israeli military, or did the U.S. military detect an incoming Israeli attack on Qatar?
The U.S. military notified the White House and the President of the United States. That's all I have to share for you on that, Danny.
Thank you.
Well,
Jeff.
Also following up, he said that the president assured the leaders in Qatar that this would never happen again. Did he say that to the Prime Minister of Israel, and did Prime Minister Netanyahu agree to that?
The president told that to the emir and the prime minister of Qatar, and the president also overstressed the importance of peace in the region in his conversation with Prime Minister Netanyahu as well. And
shout out Mandy Rose. She says, we need to make SIT a custom TDS bucket for all those Democrat tiers. I mean, first off, that is funny. And second off, like for SIT, let's be real though. Your TDS is real though. I'm gonna be honest with you. I would say you have an unreasonable hatred for Trump, but it's downright hilarious though. I'm not even gonna lie. So it's like it's kind of funny sometimes. Well, most of the time.
Minister Netanyahu told President Trump he wants peace and he wants it quickly. That's what the president expects to happen. The president is very clear in the statement that he just had me reading. You will all see it out on True Social very shortly, I am sure. The whole world will see it. He wants all of the hostages released out of Gaza, and he wants this war to end. Those are two clear directives that the president is making very clear for the entire world to understand. Mary.
But Qatar obviously has been helping to negotiate these ceasefire talks. Does the president think that Israel is undermining negotiations by striking Qatar? Is he concerned that Qatar's no longer going to want to play that intermediary role?
Well, I think the president addressed that in the
statement. Why would he?
Read the whole thing for you again. I think it's very thorough because the president wanted to address all of your questions. We wrote, unilaterally bombing inside Qatar, a sovereign nation and close ally of the United States that is working very hard and bravely taking risks with us to broker peace.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, so why we would let them get bombed by Israel? Like, why would we even let Israel do it? If anything, why aren't we condemning them right now, going like, yeah, that's bad on Israel, guys. Like, I don't know why they went ahead and attacked one of the coolest countries in the Middle East in terms of our relationship with them. But hey, I don't get it. I just don't get it. Like, why let that attack go down on Qatar when they're the main reason why we're even able to mediate peace in the Middle East or mediate any type of terms or any type of negotiation? Like, I just don't get it.
Does not advance Israel or America's goals. However, eliminating Hamas, who have profited off the misery of those living in Gaza, is a worthy goal. So he answered that question
And to be clear,
himself.
you can't say that Israel informed the U.S.
What I can tell you is the United States military informed the Trump administration.
Thank you. A quick follow on that. Can you tell us when the U.S. military was notified, given that the largest U.S. military base is in Doha? And then I have a question on DC crime.
This morning, just before the attack, as I said earlier as well.
Okay, thank you. And yesterday, the president spoke about DC crime and talked about how there was virtually none. And then he expressed frustration about things that take place in the home they call crime. He said, you know, they'll do anything they can to find something. If a man has a little fight with the wife, they say this is crime. See, now I can't claim 100%. Exactly what crimes was the president referring to?
He wasn't referring to crimes. That's exactly the point he was making, Ouija. What the president is saying is that these crimes will be made up and reported as a crime to undermine the great work that the federal task force is doing to reduce crime in Washington, D.C. And I think the president has every reason to believe that, given the efforts of many reporters in this room who actively seek to undermine the president and what he's doing in our nation's capital. We all know that deep inside, you all agree with this because you all live here. And I'm sure you are very grateful for the administration's efforts to make the city, which we all reside in, much safer for ourselves and our families. Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. Florida Congressman Randy Fine is calling for judges to face consequences if the violent repeat offenders they release go on to commit new crimes. Is that something the president supports?
It's not something I've heard the president discuss. You can ask him yourself next time you have the opportunity to. How's that?
Caroline, one more question. On Thursday, President Trump will head to the Pentagon and also to New York City. In honor of the 24th anniversary of 9/11. Has the president expressed any interest on creating or having congressmen create a new 9/11 commission to answer some of the ongoing questions many Americans have about that day?
I, again, have not heard the president discuss that. You're welcome to ask him yourself, but I do know he very much looks forward to going to both the Pentagon and the Yankees game in New York City on Thursday to commemorate the 24th anniversary. As you know, the president is a New Yorker at heart. He loves the city very much. It is his home, and you'll hear more about that on Thursday when the president speaks on this himself. Kelly.
Caroline, thank you. I wanted to ask you a question about the president speaking yesterday before the Religious Liberty Commission. As you know, he's created the White House Faith Office, the Task Force on Anti-Christian Bias, and yesterday he talked about the importance of the Bible in America and the importance of prayer in America. Some people have criticized him for that in stating that he's espousing Christian nationalism. Yet the president has called on the American people to band
I appreciate it, guys. My bad.
together in praying for this nation, for people of all faiths. How important is that to the Trump administration? And are there guidelines for implementing that?
Well, last time I checked, it's not just Christians who pray, it's people of all faith who pray. And that's what the president wants to protect, the religious freedom for Americans of all faith. And he spoke about that yesterday. And that's why he was very proud and excited to announce this new initiative, Pray America, encourage.
All right, testing mic 1 2 3. Can y'all hear me? All right, just making sure. And was I told? Wait, did I already give you my comment on Qatar and all that good stuff? I believe I did.
Urging all Americans to pray for our country and the goodness of our country leading up to America's 250th birthday next year. Why don't we take some from the sides? Elizabeth, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I have two questions.
Sure.
First, on prayer again. Is the Trump administration looking for the forthcoming prayer guidelines to challenge existing court precedent on the right to pray in public schools?
Well, the president spoke about that.
I mean, let him
yesterday
pray.
And some of the changes.
I mean, let them pray. I mean, shoot, y'all letting Muslims have whole damn cities to pray. I mean, y'all don't hop on the Muslim schools. Y'all don't hop. I mean, let's be real. Let these kids pray if they want to. I'm be real. If they're a public school in a predominantly Christian city, let them pray. I mean, 90% of them is doing it, and like 10% going to get offended. Let them be offended. It is what it is. Let them pray. Like, come on now, they ain't gonna get hurt by that. I mean, let's take it back to the old school days. where things are a bit more Christian.
We are making to ensure that the religious liberties of America's students and our youth are respected in public schools. In fact, he had a young student and invited him on stage to share his story about how when this young boy spoke about biological and biblical truth in his classroom, he faced consequences for that, and how Americans of faith should not be facing consequences for expressing their religious freedom and their religious views. Not in any public school in America should that be happening. You heard their president talk about that yesterday.
I mean, yeah, look, it's not like, bro, it's not like they're going to go around and make your kid bend on their knees and pray to God. It's not like they're doing that. They're going to be like, no, those kids who want to pray and practice it at home, they can pray. If you don't do that, you know, you just sit to yourself. Just sit there with your hands, you know, I don't know, perfectly folded like a good kid. Like, you're not forcing Christian values down your kid's throat. I mean, now if your kid catches on to the gospel or something through maybe hearing it all day, hey, that's on your kid. I mean, if you don't want to give your kid no religion, somebody will.
Sure. Caroline, thank you so much. Regarding Israel attacking Doha, beside the phone call, what was President Trump's involvement in the attack, if any?
Look, I don't have anything more to read out for you on this other than the very lengthy and thorough statement that I have shared repeatedly now. Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you. After the Supreme Court ruling yesterday on the ICE raids in Los Angeles, some particularly non-white U.S. citizens are saying that they're going to begin carrying their U.S. passports with them at all times. What is the White House's response to Americans who are concerned about being swept up, as others have been already, in these enforcement actions?
They should not be concerned, because this administration is focused on the detention and deportation of illegal alien criminals who broke our nation's immigration laws. And the Supreme Court upheld the Trump administration's right to stop individuals in Los Angeles to briefly question them regarding their legal status, because the law allows this, and this has been the practice of the federal government for decades. And the Immigration and Nationality Act states that immigration officers can briefly stop an individual to question them about their immigration status if the officer has reasonable suspicion that the individual is illegally present in the United States. And reasonable suspicion is not just based on race, it's based on a totality of the circumstances to review. And I will tell you, I spoke to our border czar about this morning. When ICE goes out to conduct a targeted operation to deport illegal criminals from our community, they are doing so with intelligence. They are doing so with law enforcement sources. They are doing so in most cases with the backing of local law enforcement who know exactly where these illegal alien criminals and
NHSI, which, you know, I mean, Homeland Security Investigation, you know, they forget to tell you about that part. The Dems want to make it seem like just ICE is going out on their own, but no, they have a whole investigation team going with them as well. But shout out, he says, bring me up to debate, take donations to kick. Take donations to kick. I'm done.
drug traffickers and drug dealers are hiding in plain sight in American communities. And the men and women of ICE are doing everything they can to not only follow the law, but to enforce the law. And it's about time that has happened, because we had 4 years of an administration who completely ignored and evaded our nation's very clear immigration laws, and the Supreme Court has reaffirmed that.
Nah, we're gonna have to hit the goal first, Sid. We'll have to hit the goal first. Then I'll deal with you.
Thanks, Caroline. One of the other documents released by the House Oversight Committee contained a photo of Jeffrey Epstein holding an oversized check that was made out to him in a check.
Shout out Parabolic Curvature. Have you tried the new Mountain Dew, like the cherry lemonade flavor or the dragon fruit? Also, express your religion all you want, just not in my direction. I mean, yeah, like I said, as long as it's not like they're trying to force kids to pray. And then here's the thing: you shouldn't tell a kid that he can't pray. I mean, what? It's supposed to be freedom of religion, right? Right. Okay, then. So let people do what they want to do, and don't try to force what you want to do on other people. That's it. It's like we were founded on. Shout out Parabolic Curvature.
For $22,000 for a fully depreciated woman. I wondered if the president has any recollection of that, or what you guys make of that photo that was included in those documents.
Did you see the signature on that check? It is not Donald Trump's signature. It is absolutely not. The president did not sign that check.
But does he recognize the woman?
Caroline,
Thank you, Caroline.
on the New York City election,
Caroline.
is he
Well, I'll
considering?
take both of you. Go ahead.
So first, is the president considering offering Mayor Eric Adams a job? If so, why? And does he think Curtis Lee was a serious candidate for New York City mayor?
Look, the president has made it quite clear he wants this race to move forward in New York City. He does not want to.
I ain't gonna lie, it's looking like a hopeless situation. Like even everybody on the right is going like, yeah, it look like Mondani's about to win it. Well, Mondani done won. You're about to have that socialist mayor that y'all want in New York City. I mean, good luck. Good luck.
To be running New York City, but as
I mean, bro, y'all got like 2 months to turn it around. I'm talking to Cuomo and Adams. If y'all don't turn it around, well, Zoran Mondani got it.
for weighing in on other individual candidates, I'll leave that to the president to do himself.
And then following up on Reagan's question, many of these highest crime cities in America, they're led by black mayors, including the 3 that you mentioned, Jackson, Memphis, Birmingham. So given that, what's your response to criticism from the left that Trump is targeting black mayors? Isn't he just trying to protect black people?
The president is trying to protect all Americans from crime. And he wants to make all of our cities in America safe. And the fact is, the most dangerous cities in America are run by Democrats overwhelmingly. And according to the FBI crime statistics, 19 of the top 20 cities with the highest murder rate are run by Democrats. And these high crime Democrat-run cities are driving up the crime stats in otherwise safe red states. So of course he wants to address this problem. He's made that quite clear.
Mike Johnson, he came out and said that the president was an FBI informant. Do you know what he meant by that, if it's not true?
I can affirm that is not true. I think the speaker was referring to the fact that President Trump kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his Mar-a-Lago property.
Well, no, he kind of was actually. Remember, he was an informant. I mean, I think even the prosecutor or the guy who was the prosecutor or the guy who was running the case for the victims, he said that he was asking Trump to pretty much get information on Epstein. Pretty much Trump was selling Epstein out. I mean, that's one of the reasons why he's in the Epstein files as a snitch, as an informant. Yes, as an informant. So, like, Caroline got that one wrong. Actually, he is I guess a snitch or an FBI informant, pretty much. Now, I could see him being an FBI informant. You know what? Let me double check, because I know he gave information on Epstein to the lawyers and all that good stuff, but working for the FBI, let me double check that one.
For reasons the president has already discussed. John.
Oh, thank you, Caroline. First of all, as a Washington, D.C. resident with my family, I just want to thank the administration for revitalizing safety here. In the last 3 weeks, it's been stunning. Well, I want to go to Virginia. All of a sudden, out of the blue, Winsome Sears has closed the gap on Abigail Spanberger. Got 4 issues. Coerced abortions in Fairfax County without telling mom or dad, no parents, girls going in boys' bathrooms on film, right? 2 of the young fellows get suspended for complaining about it. Virginia Beach man, an innocent man, is now died in a car crash by a drunk illegal going on the other side of the road. And now you got Spanberger's got these racist signs. When are we going to get the president to make an official endorsement of Winsome Sears and maybe come and campaign in West Virginia?
Well, as you know, I'm very limited in what I can talk about when it comes to political endorsements and future elections from this government podium. But all of the issues that you just mentioned, I know are very important to the president, and it's quite common sense. It's the foundation of the Republican Party, and it's what sent this president back to the Oval Office. We want to keep men out of women's sports and bathrooms. We want criminals to be locked up. The president wants to see law and order in every state across the country. But as for political endorsements, I'll leave that to him and his political advisors to make those. Sure. Haley.
Thanks, Caroline. I have 2 questions for you, if it's okay. One on Doha and one on immigration and crime.
Sure.
On Doha, ahead of the strike we saw today, did the administration at any point try to dissuade the Israelis from the potential for an action like we saw today?
Again, I have answered questions repeatedly on this. I have a very lengthy statement, which we will release after this briefing for all of you to read and to report on once again.
Okay. And then on a case in Maryland, the killing of Dakara Thompson, there are reports that the suspect arrested for her murder was in the country illegally and arrested and released for driving under the influence both in 2022 and in April of this year by U.S. Park Police. Is the administration looking into what process allowed this to take place?
Yes, we absolutely are. As soon as we saw this case, we ensured that the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice were on it, and I can assure you that they are. This is another heinous act of violence against someone who should have never been in our country illegally in the first place, and that's exactly why the deportation of illegal criminals from our country is a top priority.
Okay, yeah, okay, so yeah, well, Trump wasn't an FBI informant, but I was right. So on what is on record is Bradley Edwards, an attorney for the Epstein victims, has said Trump voluntarily provided helpful information in 2009, and because of that, they did not need to depose him. That's cooperation, and it's not the same as being an FBI informant
For this administration, and it's something that is happening every single day. And I would encourage all of you to continue to report on the very violent illegal alien criminals that we are deporting daily from American communities across the country. We will never understand how many lives have been saved by these efforts, or how many lives would have been lost if not for this president and the administration's policy to deport illegal criminal aliens.
Caroline Harris. Thanks, Caroline. Follow up on Charlie's question. Would the president meet with the Jeffrey Epstein victims?
I don't have any meetings for you to read out on that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Is the Trump administration considering a ban on transgender Americans owning guns? Is that something the president would support, even as we've seen some gun groups oppose the idea of it?
I saw reporting on this. I understand there were very preliminary, low-level discussions about this at the Department of Justice, and then sometimes those discussions are reported as fact. I'm not tracking any potential actions on this front, and I'll let the president weigh in on that. It's a policy decision, and it's far too early or would be premature, inappropriate for me to weigh in on it at this point in time. Behind you. Go ahead.
After the immigration raid at the plant in Georgia on Friday, the president said over the weekend that he's open to some kind of changes in perhaps rules or visa rules or law that would prevent something like that happening in the future for skilled workers to train American workers.
That's right.
Can you confirm that and that the administration supports those changes, and what exactly would that look like?
Well, the president said it himself in a statement that he put out on Sunday night, where he is very grateful for foreign companies from around the world and the investments that they are making right here in the United States of America. And he understands that these companies want to.
Let's hope it's not a play like what they did at Hyundai. It kind of seems like some of these corporations want to come over, fake like they want to give us jobs, but instead try to import their own people over to give them the jobs instead. I mean, man, let's make sure we're holding these corporations accountable on who they're giving their jobs to.
Bring their highly skilled and trained workers with them, especially when they're creating very niche products like chips, or in this case in Georgia, like batteries. But the president also expects these foreign companies to hire American workers, and for these foreign workers and American workers to work together to train and to teach one another. And so he expects these foreign companies to hire American labor. We want Americans to have these jobs. Americans need these jobs, but he also understands the need for these companies to bring over their workers who already have these skills. So I think it's a very,
what those changes might be.
I think it's a very nuanced.
Yeah, and put them on temporary visas. Let them teach whatever skills they got, and then send them right back.
And responsible and sensible approach for the president to take. And I know that the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Commerce are working on this matter together. I would defer you to them for any further action on this front.
Caroline, thank you. I want to follow up on something you said. You said the Epstein documents are a hoax that Democrats are perpetrating against the president. You said he didn't sign that check, that he didn't sign the birthday card that he allegedly signed. So what is the theory, since these documents came from the Epstein estate? Who is, I guess, in your view, faking these documents?
I did not say the documents are a hoax. I said the entire narrative surrounding Jeffrey Epstein right now that is absorbing many of the liberal cable channels on television is a hoax that is being perpetuated by opportunistic Democrats like Ro Khanna and the others whom you saw on that press conference outside of Capitol Hill, who are trying to push this hoax against the president of the United States.
So what exactly is the hoax? I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, what's the hoax
fake.
here?
What's fake is not the documents.
The hoax is
That's actually a good question. Like, what's the hoax? Is the hoax the whole Epstein thing in general, or is the hoax that Trump had anything, had any type of, dealings with Epstein or illegal dealings with Epstein? Because the hoax is that, Trump was heavily involved with Epstein, including in his trafficking operation. That's the hoax. But what Epstein was doing and all that good stuff, that's not a hoax. That's just the fact of the matter.
The Democrats pretending to care about victims of crime when they do not care about victims of crime, when they have done nothing to solve crimes, when they have done nothing to lock up child pedophiles and child rapists across the country, and when they are now using victims as political props to try and, again, smear the president of the United States and drag on this bad story about him. It is a distraction. The Democrats view this story as nothing more than an attempt to distract from the accomplishments and the achievements of this administration. And that is what we mean when we call it a hoax.
If he didn't sign these, if you said he didn't sign the birthday card, he didn't do this, he also didn't do the check, those were in documents from the estate. So what is the working theory as to why he's in them?
The president has one of the most famous signatures in the world, and he has for many, many years. You know that, Maggie, you've covered him for a long time, long before he assumed this office when he was a businessman in New York. The president did not write that letter. He did not sign those documents. He maintains that position, and that position will be argued in court by his lawyers. The president is very confident he is going to win this case.
Carolina, thank you. Is the president planning to meet with Eric Adams in New York, maybe at the Yankees game? And has he personally talked to him about the race?
I am not tracking any meeting with Mayor Adams at this time. But if that happens, I'm sure the New York Post will be one of the first people to know about it. I'll take a couple more questions. Why don't we go to the back?
Tom Dempsey with News Nation. Regarding the growing U.S. military
News
presence.
Nation, all the way in the back.
Regarding the U.S. military, the growing U.S. military presence in the Caribbean, when asked directly about possible future military action, President Trump responded, "You're going to find out." What could the U.S. public expect of that situation moving forward, and what sort of ongoing threat does Trendeo Agra?
I think it would be very unwise of me to preview what the president meant from this podium. But I think what the heart of what the president was saying, I know what the heart of what the president was saying and this administration believes, is that the regime in Venezuela is illegitimate.
I mean, I'm done. He said hoax. We want to hear skid. If we did, we'd just fart. I mean, wait, what? But hey, shout out Castro. Shout out to the supporters, guys. Appreciate it. All right, guys, we're about to go ahead and get on to the Zelensky interview. Yes, the full interview came out of Zelensky trying to convince us that he's worth, well, investing in for this war, which he's not. But I mean, hey, we're going to watch him continue to sell his people down the river on the hopes of, well, being able to take back land, push Russia out of Ukraine. I wish, man. I wish we can tell like a glorious story like that of the small Ukraine that pushed back big bad Russia. I wish we could tell that story, but we're going to tell the typical story of the superpower dominating the smaller country, the typical one.
ABC News Live presents War or Peace, the Zelensky interview. Here now, Martha Raddatz.
It has been 3 weeks now since President Trump and Vladimir Putin's summit in Alaska. Yeah. And here in Ukraine, the war seems to have no end in sight.
Nah, that's actually kind of funny. She said she got that Michael Jackson nose. Nah, I ain't even gonna lie. That was funny, Sid. You know what? Kind of. Michael Jackson knows, bro.
This week, Russia launching.
You know what, Sid? That was actually pretty good. For the one time, I'm gonna give you that. That's the last one you're getting, though.
Its largest air attack since the war began. More than 800 armed drones and over a dozen cruise missiles. Smoke seen rising from Ukraine's cabinet building in Kyiv, with part of the building left on fire. That drone strike follows a Russian cruise missile strike on an American.
And shout out to Parabolic Curvature, says the 100 most populated U.S. cities, only 29 are Republican leaning. Of those, only 2 have strong mayoral systems. Strong mayoral systems, okay. Those 2 are the lowest on the list. Thoughts? Only 2 have strong mayoral system. I mean, mayoral system. I mean, hold on now. A strong mayoral system. What does that even mean? Like, what is all mayors not equal or something? Like, all right, Parabolic, you kind of lost me on that one. I'll be real with you. But 100 of the most populated. So you're pretty much telling me majority of the 100 most populated cities in America are ran by Dems, and we know that. Problem is, y'all have these high populated areas, and there's a whole lot of crime in there. That's the problem. Now, you trying to say, well, what about the 29 Republican-leaning ones? And what about their crime? Well, they're not as bad as the Democratic city with high population that has high crime. They're not as bad. I'm sorry, Parabolic, but the Dems suck at running cities, highly populated cities. They suck at it. I don't know what it is, but y'all just run it into the dirt. And it's not our fault. You can't blame Republicans for this. You can't blame red states at all. This is all on you guys. Until you guys take responsibility, you guys will continue to lose elections.
Owned factory.
Shit, you might even lose the midterms if y'all keep this up.
In Western Ukraine. President Trump said he was not happy with that attack and set another deadline for a meeting between Vladimir Putin and Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. That deadline has now come and gone. The question of war or peace.
And shout out to my man BTK. Call out school holidays except, damn, he said cut out. Not bad, not call out, but cut out school holidays except Thanksgiving. What about Christmas? But all right, a semester break. Okay, never mind. Okay, I see where you're going with this. I see where you're going. Okay, he says semester break of Christmas and New Year's. No religion in public schools with U.S. flag and Pledge of Allegiance. I mean, dang, you know what? No religion in public schools like back in the old days, because you couldn't really push religion back in public schools. But I mean, back in the day, though, we did used to have do the Pledge of Allegiance, and there was a bit of patriotism back in the day. I'm not even going to lie. We definitely did celebrate all the American holidays. I'll tell you that. So maybe I would say let's leave in the American holidays.
Still hangs in the balance. We met President Zelensky
Or glorify
at the
them a
rubble
little
of that
bit
American factory hit by Russia and asked him about any prospects for negotiated peace in this years-long war.
The first strike was here.
And then the second.
Yeah. Now we'll see.
We met President Volodymyr Zelensky at this hollowed-out American-owned factory here in western Ukraine, destroyed by Russian cruise missiles 2 weeks ago. All 600 employees made it to the nearby bunker, but more than 20 were injured. This American-owned building, do you think
nobody was
Putin
killed?
Targeted this on purpose?
I think nobody knows. Maybe only God. Yes, but Putin knows what he's doing.
Oh, yeah, he did. I mean, like, no doubt Putin did it on purpose. There's no doubt he hit this place on purpose because he's trying to cause instability in Ukraine. If anything, I believe Putin is pushing for regime change or assassination, because he's already been caught, and not Putin himself, but he's already been caught hiring people to assassinate Zelensky inside of Ukraine. The assassination was stopped. The guy was arrested, but then they found out that, yes, he was pretty much hired to go assassinate Zelensky. And then once again, also trying to cause regime change by destroying infrastructure. And he thinks if he puts enough pressure on the Ukrainian people that they'll turn against Zelensky and try to force an election.
Here, 1,000 kilometers.
The good old Israel strategy.
The distance to the front, even a little bit more.
Damn, it's like Operation Rising Lions, but without the Muslims.
Not an area that's usually hit.
No.
In fact, this region in southwest Ukraine, hundreds and hundreds of miles from the war's front line, has rarely been hit over the entire course of the war. The factory produces everyday items from coffee machines to lamps to printer cartridges and is the largest employer in the region.
There are no any kind of military, this factories or these lines of production of drones or of production of electronic warfare. This is coffee machine. Really, I'm not sure that is dangerous for Russia, second biggest army in the world.
The attack came just days after President Trump's Alaska summit with Vladimir Putin.
I'm not happy about it. Hold on, Parabolic. I just caught up on your explanation of what you were saying, but I'm like, hold on now. What does that have to do? Hold on. What does their system honestly have to do with their crime? Like, are you trying to say that these higher population system doesn't have like a good mayor system? So what? The crime just slips through the cracks or something? I mean, like, what's the argument here? I'm honestly curious.
And I'm not happy about anything having to do with that war. We'll see what happens. I think over the next 2 weeks, we're going to find out which way it's going to go. And I better be very happy.
President Trump had hoped for a ceasefire during the summit. He rolled out the red carpet, offered a warm handshake, a ride in the presidential limousine. But after a 3-hour closed-door meeting among the two leaders and their close advisors, no questions from the press, no ceasefire reached, no specifics announced.
But in my personal opinion, yeah, Putin sat Trump down. He's like, look, we're winning. We're winning. We don't really need to stop. I mean, we could just take more land. If you honestly want to ceasefire, go ahead. We got you. Go ahead and talk to Ukraine. Tell them they cannot get into NATO. At first, it was they can't get into NATO, no security guarantees, and they wanted them to demilitarize. Now first, here's the thing. No getting into NATO, they can guarantee that one. But they were able to get Russia to concede on, the whole security guarantees for Russia, not Russia, but Ukraine. So they're giving them that. And what form is that coming in? I do not know, but I doubt it's going to be NATO.
Many points were agreed to. There are just a very few
Well, it'd be
that
shocking
are
if it
left.
was NATO.
Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there.
But the leaders' friendly relationship, which Trump has been criticized for, was on full display.
I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir.
I would like to thank President Trump for our joint work, for the well-wishing and trustworthy tone of our conversation.
The Russian leader even backed.
I mean, okay. Now that's he's like wondering about. Okay, now that is to what my thoughts about that. To be quite honest, I guess it kind of explains a lot. So you're pretty much telling me that the Democratic cities pretty much have the Democratic mayors have a lot of power, more than Republican mayors. So I guess it shows our forefathers are right. I mean, less government is good, more government is bad.
Backing up Trump's central claim about the war's beginning.
Today, when President Trump is saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that.
President Trump had originally wanted a trilateral meeting with President Zelensky in attendance. Putin vetoed that. Zelensky had to simply monitor from afar the summit in Alaska. What was that like?
I was not there.
You were not there.
I was not there. What can I say?
You were here and you were watching that summit. What did you think when you saw that and you saw the red carpet and you saw Putin arrive to talk about your country?
I don't know. I think that it was bilateral summit, and it's a pity that Ukraine was not there, because I think that President Trump gave Putin what he wanted. He wanted very much to meet with President Trump, with the President of the United States, and I think that Putin got it, and it's a pity. Putin doesn't want to meet with me, but he wants very much to meet with the President of the United States.
Yes, because he knows that we pretty much control this. Like, yes. One, he also knows that we damn near run NATO. Well, we kind of run NATO. Well, we support the damn thing. I'll tell you this. We put a lot of money into it. All right. We fund it. Actually, we're the driving force of it. Okay. NATO really don't got no teeth unless we're in it. But yeah. That's the only reason why he's talking to us, because he knows that, well, America's the driving force behind NATO and that we're the main ones giving you guys weapons and money. So why not talk to us? I mean, if you can get us to stop, you guys are through.
To show everybody video and images that he's there.
So did that accomplish anything as you looked at it, the summit? Anything in terms of peace?
I don't know.
The White House touted the meeting as a success, but Secretary of State Marco Rubio told me at the time there were still big areas of disagreement.
We're still a long ways off. I mean, we're not at the precipice of a peace agreement. We're not at the edge of one, but I do think progress was made towards one.
And he downplayed President Trump's backtracking on his demand that a ceasefire be reached before the real negotiations begin.
That's not the aim of this. I mean, look, first of all, you're not going to reach
the president said that was the aim.
Agreement. Yeah, but you're not going to reach a ceasefire or a peace agreement in a meeting in which only one side is represented. That's why it's important to bring both leaders together. And that's the goal here. The president has said what he'd like to see at some point is we make enough progress so both leaders, Zelensky and Putin, can meet somewhere and finalize it.
Like I said, I don't think Putin trying to meet with Zelensky. I think Putin's trying to do two things. He's either trying to, assassinate Zelensky or regime change. Trying to force an election if he destroys their infrastructure enough and make it hard enough on the Ukrainian people, which is a terrible thing to do.
President Trump was specific, setting a 2-week deadline for Putin to meet with Zelensky with a vague threat attached.
What are the 2 ways you can go at the end of 2 weeks then?
Well, then I'm going to make a decision as to what we do. And it's going to be a very important decision. And that's whether or not it's massive sanctions or massive tariffs or both. Or do we do nothing and say it's your fight? We're going to see whether or not they have a meeting. That'll be interesting to see. And if they don't, why didn't they have a meeting? Because I told them to have a meeting. But I'll know in 2 weeks what I'm going to do.
But 2 weeks later, no apparent action on the part of the White House. Mr. President, you talk about more sanctions and more tariffs and more help from President Trump. And you have told them you think he has the power to do this. And yet the deadlines pass again and again, and another one has passed.
We all understand that we need additional pressure on Putin. Putin doesn't understand and doesn't respect anything which doesn't have power. So he is such person. That's why he.
I mean, yeah, well, why can't you make him stop Zelensky? You know, I guess that means you don't project power, huh? I guess that's the shocker of the night. That, oh, well, Putin only listens to power. I mean, I guess that goes against what you guys been saying, that, oh, Putin has no power in this situation. He's actually losing. I mean, well, obviously, he just admitted that he can't project power for Putin to stop, and it's up for the United States. That should tell you a lot.
Brought the war to our territory. He was sure that we will run away and nobody will help us. But oppositely, countries joined it around us and helped us, and we stay strong. Yes, too long. I think too long war. We have to stop it, but with pressure. We need pressure from the United States.
Putin has shown no serious interest in negotiations, instead proposing a scenario Zelensky immediately dismissed. He said he will meet if you come to Moscow.
He can come to Kiev. You know, if a person doesn't want to meet during the war, of course he can propose something which can't be acceptable by me or by others. It's understandable. I can't go to Moscow when my country is under missiles, under attacks each day. I can't go to this capital of this territory.
I mean, what you mean, bro? You was going all over the world, like, while people were getting bombed and killed and all this good stuff. Like, so you tell me you can't go to Moscow to work something out with Putin? Like, no, really, really? I mean, you was in America while the war was going on. I mean, you was in the UK. I mean, come on, you was sucking up to every member of the EU, like, while your people was getting bombed. So you can't go meet Russia to kind of solve this? That's crazy. That's crazy logic right there.
It's understandable, and he understands it. It's the same proposition, as I said, that he has to come to Kiev. Yeah, so it's understandable that he is doing it to postpone the meeting. We said, I always said we can't trust Putin. He plays games, and he's playing games with the United States. I think so. It's to my mind.
Do you think the possibility for a bilateral meeting is dead at this point?
No, it was signal from the president and from President Trump, and I said, look, Mr. President, I'm ready for any kind of meeting, but not in Russia. Any kind of meeting, bilateral, trilateral. If we need European friends, we'll be happy to see them. So we are ready for any kind of format. Sit and speak. Even preconditions which we had at the very beginning of the year, that ceasefire and then meeting. Then we spoke about security guarantees and then meeting. By the way, I'm thankful to the United States that if in the Washington, D.C., when we had meeting, the president said that America will be in security guarantees. I hope that it will be.
Zelensky wants to see pressure not just on Putin, but anyone who deals with Russia. And according to a White House official, President Trump told European leaders that the purchase of Russian oil must stop.
I think that President Trump is right about that. Europeans, I'm very thankful to all the partners, but some of them, they continue buy oil and Russian gas, and this is not fair. If to be open and to be clear, it's not fair. So we have to stop buy any kind of energy from Russia. And by the way, any deals with Russia, we can't have any deals if we want to stop them. The most power has White House, and I really count that President Trump will do it with pressure on Putin. And this is only one way.
I'm sorry, Zelensky, but the world, I'll be real with you. People got a lot more opportunity messing with Russia than dealing with Ukraine or protecting Ukraine. Like, I get it, guys. I get it. Like, oh, stand up for this sovereign country, but the sovereign country done effed up trying to join NATO. Like, let's be real here. And they kind of can't fight for their sovereignty. And let's be real. When you're a superpower, this is how it is. Let's be realistic. When you are a superpower, I guess you can kind of bully smaller countries and get them to do whatever you want. I mean, like, look, bro, look what we did to Iran. I mean, look what we're doing now to Venezuela. Look, when you are a superpower, you can do whatever you want, military-wise. Now, is it right? Of course not. But do we do it? Yes, we do. Do Russia do it? Yes, they do. Does China do it? Of course they do.
How to stop the killer? You need to take off his, to take off his weapon. Energy is his weapon.
Trump turned to his favorite economic tool as a way to pressure India to stop buying Russian energy. He doubled the tariffs on nearly all Indian exports to the U.S. to a whopping 50% as punishment. But days after those tariffs went into effect, India's prime minister was in China, seen sharing a laugh and even holding hands with Putin. You saw the meeting this week, though, between Modi and Putin and Xi. And President Trump has said that they have...
Man, I mean, two superpowers and probably the most advanced developing country, which they kind of use that excuse so they can still get there, so they can still have an excuse to have unfair trade policies. We're a developing country. No, the hell yeah, not, but okay, whatever, India. But yep, two superpowers in a supposed developing country.
Gone to the dark side with China. When you saw Modi there, who has helped Russia, so did the plan backfire of trying to put sanctions on them?
No, I think the idea to put tariffs on
the problem is that sanctions just don't work on Russia. Like I said, they start messing with China, starting to buy things in Chinese yuan, using different currencies. I mean, yeah, they found a way around the American dollar. I mean, hey, their economy would do a lot better if they had access to the American dollar, but they found a way around it as much as sanctions do hurt.
The countries who continue to make deals with Russia. I think this is right idea. In any way, it's about justice. And I don't know how it works, because to feel how sanctions work, we need time. To feel and to count how it works, how tariffs work, again, we need a little bit of time. But again, when we put sanctions, if we want just to understand how sanctions work, yes, we need not to give any kind of possibility to any kind of partners to circumvent these sanctions, to help Russia.
Zelensky has maintained that Ukraine, which lacks NATO membership, must have security guarantees as part of any peace agreement. Standing alongside Zelensky, French President Emmanuel Macron announced last week that a group of 26 countries, dubbed the Coalition of the Willing, have formally committed to be present on the ground, at sea, in the air, to reassure Ukrainians after a ceasefire is reached. Macron said there is no doubt that the U.S. will be part of the security guarantees.
We'll help them. Look, we want to save a lot of lives, so we'll do something with that. I think people expect that we'll help them. Europe will be first in by far, and they want to be first, and they want to see it end. It's going to come together. You watch.
I know you don't want to give any details about what you specifically discussed in Paris, but they have said they will provide security guarantees if there's a ceasefire, if there is peace. Tell us what you can. Does that mean thousands of troops, European troops, not U.S.?
The first is a strong Ukrainian army, and I think that everybody understands it. Generals from the EU, United States, they understand that any security guarantees in Ukraine can be based only on our army. And so then it's a weapon and brigades, complication of the brigades. And this is our internal production of drones, first of all, and missiles. And we need funds for this financing. We don't have it, really, not enough. Then American weapon, which only United States has. It's air defense Patriot, priority missiles and HIMARSs, and
how about air support? Any kind of air support?
Yeah, and
in addition,
plus Europeans, and of course we spoke about air support. We need air defense shield, but shield is not only air defense systems, and it's also about the jets. Jets, we used F-16s. We have old F-16s be open, but they're good. We can work
Better
on
than
that.
nothing, for sure.
It's true. We are thankful for everything. Yeah.
Do you imagine a buffer zone with the United States helping with that, a demilitarizing?
I will tell you about buffer zone. This is not. It's. I mean, this. This is a big mistake. This is the new war. We have for today drone lines. We have death zone from 10 kilometers to 20 kilometers, different places, different points between us. So any kind of tank or armored vehicle or motorcycle or everything what is coming here to this zone 10 kilometers, everything is burned, everything is destroyed by the drones. So we already have this buffer zone.
One of Putin's demands for ending the war, taking over Ukraine's Donbass region in the east. I asked Zelensky why this region is so important to his country. He wanted to answer in Ukrainian and outline the strategic benefits the region holds. The Donbass. Explain to people why that is a non-starter to give all the Donbass to Russia. It's the most fortified part with the most capable forces. It's like a fortress, he told me. And if we withdraw our troops and he will have all the Donbass, who can guarantee that he won't move 90 kilometers further on Kharkiv? He always wanted Kharkiv. But for Zelensky and the people of Ukraine, this issue is about more than practicalities. There's a difference between me and Putin, he says. He's fighting for something where he doesn't have a clue about the details. He just fights for territory. But we are fighting for our lives and our lands, for the loved ones who are buried there. We are fighting for our people, but he is not.
Huh, I mean, that's crazy, because if you ask Putin, he's kind of saying that he's framing it in two ways. Well, two ways that I've read about is that one, you guys, well, Ukraine trying to get into NATO, and two, Ukrainians or the Ukrainian government pretty much attacking, well, ethnic Russian Ukrainians. And they're doing it because these are Ukrainians who actually want to be a part of Russia.
When we come back,
which I could see why that'd be a huge problem.
While President Trump has pledged to end the Ukraine war quickly, we asked President Zelensky whether he's certain the U.S. is committed to reaching peace.
War or Peace, the Zelensky interview continues after this break. Peace, the Zelensky interview. Here now, Martha Raddatz.
Ukraine was a major focus of Donald Trump's campaign to retake the White House with a consistent pledge to quickly end the war in Ukraine.
Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, I will have the disastrous war between Russia and Ukraine settled. It will be settled quickly. It'll be settled. I know them both very well. Get it done very quickly, maybe in 24 hours. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president.
Back in 2023, when President Zelensky first heard of Trump's ambitious timeline, he told me he was skeptical it was achievable. Donald Trump says he would end the war in 24 hours if he was elected president. The desire to end the war is beautiful, but the desire must be based on some real life experience, Zelensky said. And I don't think that is easy to bring the war to an end in 24 hours. Zelensky was right. Achieving peace has proven to be a far bigger challenge than Trump ever expected.
The one that I thought would be maybe one of the easiest, you know that feeling? You think one thing is going to be easier, turns out to be a little bit tougher, and we'll get it done. But that's turned out to be the most difficult of the group.
When Zelensky and I met this past June, weeks before any plans for the Alaska summit, he was skeptical not just about the time frame, but about President Trump's insistence that Putin wants peace. I feel strongly Putin does not want to end the war without total defeat of Ukraine, he told us.
Yeah, I mean, he is pushing for an unconditional surrender or a regime change where they're most likely going to have a more pro-Russian leader and everything's just going to, you know, settle down.
With all due respect to President Trump, Zelensky said, I think it's just his personal opinion. Trust me, we understand the Russians much better, the mentality of the Russians, than the Americans understand the Russians. I know for sure Putin doesn't want to stop the war, saying that nobody outside of Ukraine can truly comprehend their fight. It's not about President Trump, Zelensky said. Anyone living thousands of miles away can't fully understand the pain. In our most recent conversation in southwestern Ukraine this week, Zelensky said he did believe President Trump truly wants the war to end. Are you confident, 100% confident, that the Trump administration will see you through to a realistic peace?
No, I think that president wants to finish this war, and I think he has all the issues to do it. It's not simple, but if we speak about just and lasting peace, it's important to finish and not to have possibility that to have aggression again in 6 months, in 1 year, in 2 years. It's not only important only to stop the war. Yes, it's very important.
And Shaw Parabolic Curvatry said they just want a regime change, then to Poland. I mean, well, you know, the regime change for sure, but to Poland, I'm not sure if they're willing to go that far. But I have heard, you know, rumors of Russian drones being shot down in Poland. Actually, no, that's actually been, I'm not sure. They're trying to say that it was Russian drones, but other people are trying to say that Russia's not doing that. It's a false flag set up by Ukraine. All types of wild stuff. All types of wild stuff going on right now. You know, in war times, false flags try to get used to try to bring other countries to the aid of losing, you know, of the losing country.
But to have a lasting peace, to have a security.
3.5 years into this war, the front line is mostly stagnant. Both sides have suffered incredible loss. The war is being fought on Ukrainian soil, but the estimated Russian casualties are significantly higher. So far, the loss has not deterred Putin, who appears as committed as ever to continuing the conflict. What does victory look like in Ukraine?
Victory, to my mind, Putin's goal is to occupy Ukraine. This is to destroy us, occupy. And did he occupy it?
No.
It means that he didn't win. It means that we have Ukraine.
But he still wants to win.
Yes, but till he didn't occupy us, we win. And I think so, because we have our country.
I mean, all right, way to set the winning bar low. I mean, I think you got the win if you kind of kick Russia completely out of Ukraine. I mean, kicking them completely out, I mean, that'd have been a win to me. I mean, taking a bit of their land, being able to strike in Moscow, those would have all been, you know, pretty good achievements or what we call wins, but none of that's been done. So, I don't know. You're kind of setting the bar low there, Zelensky.
And of course, he understands it very clearly. He wants, of course, to occupy us totally. For him, this victory. And until he can't do it, the victory is on our side. Very painful. It's not victory when you smile, applause. It's not about it. To my mind, there is no victory with applauses. Yes, in the war, because a lot of losses. So that's why, for us to survive is a victory. Because we are surviving with our identity, with our country, with our independence.
Well, I ain't gonna lie, that was a bit touching. But all right, guys, let's get over to the right side of media with Laura Ingraham into the Ingraham angle.
They lied again. That's the focus of tonight's angle. Now, he's been out of office for almost 8 months now, but every now and again, Joe Biden wanders out into public view.
God bless you, President. Well, the whole family, yeah, definitely. Double cone.
He's double cone. Hey, listen, once he will move.
And that ice cream moment only reminds us that his entire presidency was built on lies, including the one that was obvious to anyone with eyes and ears.
Does the president have the stamina, physically and mentally, do you think, to continue on even after 2024?
Oh my gosh, he's the president of the United States. You know, I can't even keep up with it.
Our stumbling, mumbling, bumbling former commander-in-chief and the Democrats who enabled his lies, they all put our nation at risk. They destroyed faith in our cherished institutions and upended our economy. Now, from day one, they were dishonest, needlessly extending the COVID emergency. Remember that? With their idiotic masking. Then they were lying about the state of the economy.
We've had several months of high inflation that most economists, including me, believe will be transitory.
Transitory? Well, the lies were brazen, even when we saw the truth with our own eyes.
The message is quite clear. Do not come. The border is closed. The border is secure.
Here in Lukeville, we are quite literally in the middle of nowhere. Thousands are crossing here illegally every day, and the situation is completely unsustainable.
A massive caravan of 2,000 migrants making its way to our southern border.
The border's secure. And we certainly can't forget the nonstop lawfare in the myriad.
I know they told the same lie for 4 years straight. And then when we told them, you know, it's been like 10 to 20 million immigrants who slipped in, right? Man, they hit us with the nope. Yeah, nope. That's it. Just keep saying nope.
Lies about Trump himself.
Let me ask you tonight, do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
She doesn't even know what that means. Now, those are some of the top lies of the Biden era. Inflation was transitory, border was secure, and the big one that Biden was totally with it. And today we learned about another lie, one that they call a revision downward.
And the benchmark year, March 2024 to 2025, shows that the job growth was vastly weaker during the Biden administration than ever previously reported. Between this revision and last year's, job growth was actually overstated by approximately 2 million jobs.
So from March 2024 to March 2025, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, BLS, should just be called BS, got the jobs numbers wrong by almost 1 million. So is this a lie? Or is it just incompetence?
Damn.
Like, how can an agency be this wrong this often? 2023, they were off by 306,000. In 2024, they were off by 818,000 jobs. On Sunday, the Treasury Secretary, Scott...
everybody got mad when Trump fired her. It's like, because it's incompetence.
Besson hinted that this was coming.
I'm not sure what these people who collect the data have been doing. It's good. We need good data. Secondly, what we are seeing is the jobs that are being created are going to either native-born or legal Americans. Most of the jobs created under the Biden administration, they went to illegal aliens.
Oh, 100% correct. Now, back before the election, the Bureau of Labor Statistics released its final jobs report, and the New York Times was giddy, writing in part, Vice President Kamala Harris probably could not have hoped for a better run of pre-election economic data than what the United States has enjoyed over the last month. Yeah, but smart people saw through this. Marco Rubio tweeted that he thought the BLS was cooking the books, since 16 of the 17 jobs reports had all been revised downwards after the media helped them with their fake headlines. But Shufflin' Joe, he just laughed it all off.
Florida Senator Marco Rubio described today's jobs report as having fake numbers. What do you make of that?
Anything the MAGA Republicans don't like, they call fake. Stupid. Anything.
Stop the cap.
The job numbers are what the job numbers are.
Stop the cap.
They're real. They're sincere.
Stop the cap.
They're sincere. Now we know Trump, Rubio, Besant, they were all right. But do not hold your breath if you're waiting for a mea culpa from the media for comments like these.
When Donald Trump moves in and says, I don't like the numbers, and he says, off with her head, we're getting rid of her, what he does is he politicizes the numbers themselves.
And when you get rid of the reporters and bring in your own
fact finders, that's a problem. And I think we're headed toward alternative facts going forward.
This is what an autocrat does. If you don't like reality, you try to change it.
Well, but Harris is crowing about buying the strong economy, buoyed by those inflated jobs numbers. That was just another convenient lie meant to give voters a false sense of optimism before they went to the polls. Now, Democrats, of course, they love screaming about how Trump's trampling norms. He's blowing up our trust in our most cherished institutions. How many times have you heard that? But as usual, the finger is always pointed back at the Democrats. Because no group, and I mean no group, has done more to shatter our faith in public institutions than today's progressives. What did they do to public health and our children during COVID? How about our military? How about how they had to be humiliated in the Afghanistan pullout? Or how they cratered our trust in the FBI with Russiagate? How they turned our Border Patrol agents into welcome wagons for criminals? The trauma their lies caused, including what they did to our parents, how they turned schools against them. And today, with the true picture of Biden's jobs record in view, we see how they turned the BLS into a PR arm of the Democrat Party. So congrats, guys. We don't believe you anymore. And that's the angle.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey,
yeah, I might go. Dems kind of sunk themselves in a hole with that one right there. But I mean, we all kind of knew there was something up with Biden, even though the Dems didn't want to admit it. And they admit it last second when they actually finally want to say, yeah, we need a new candidate. And the thing is, y'all didn't even get the candidate y'all want. Y'all didn't even get the candidate y'all want. Yeah, I got forced to run Kamala. Yeah, you guys forced yourselves to back a bad candidate and y'all lost. I mean, man, that got to be tough. Got to be tough, guys. But hey, man. Lucky that ain't happened to me, though. Good thing that stuff ain't happened to me. But all right, though. Let's get into our man Tom Homan pretty much going off on left-leaning media. All right, guys, let's get into it.
We all dissent because from the beginning, we have known that Los Angeles has been used as a test case for total dominance and unchecked power by the federal government.
A mark of authoritarianism is a country where the government can stop you and ask you to show your papers. Papers, please. That is not Los Angeles. That is not America. And that is not the country that we want to live in.
This isn't about making America great again. Over 70% of the people ICE has in custody have no criminal records. It's never been about criminals. It's never been about people who have anything on their records. It's been about who they don't want to see in this country anymore. And they're starting with Latinos, and they will be coming for others.
No. You guys just happen to be in this country illegally at high numbers. Just happen to be y'all a border country. And I mean, yeah, there are black people, you know, they got the Haitians up in here too. I mean, of course, there's a couple, I don't know, there's white people in here too who's in here illegally. And we're going to get to them. But we got to get to the biggest number of people. Just how happen to be Hispanics. It's not racism, it's optics. It is what it is.
Recognize that.
Welcome back. Joining us now, border czar for the Trump administration, Tom Homan, appearing on the North White House lawn. Sir, thank you for joining us. We just played sound there of elected officials and other leaders in Southern California, many upset about the Supreme Court decision. You heard it. They call this now a papers, please society. So my first question to you is, with this ruling, will the officials there, federal officials working for the Trump administration, National Guard and federal officers, will they be racially profiling? How will they approach the people they think might be migrants?
Well, first of all, it's a false narrative. We don't racially profile people to arrest them.
They do investigation. Actually, look, Homeland Security investigation. Yes, they're the ones who do the investigation, and they're the ones who pull up with ICE. When ICE do these raids, actually look at these raids. You'll see HSI on some of these guys' vests, and let you know right there. Oh yeah, it's not just ICE going out here reckless. They actually have a whole investigation team with them on site.
And the soundbite just says 70% of people we arrest are not criminals. It's the opposite. Every morning I come to work, I go through 22 pages of data showing what's happened in the last 24 hours. Here are the facts. 70% of everybody we arrest is a criminal. But the left says, well, not criminal enough. No, they're criminals. Who are the other 30%? There are national security threats. We've arrested thousands of national security threats. Most national security threats don't have a criminal history, but they're significant dangers to this country. Who are the others? They're gang members with no criminal history. Or they're people who have final orders, who had due process at great taxpayer expense, were ordered removed by a federal judge and didn't leave. They're being arrested too. So this false narrative being pushed is a reason why there's over a 1,000% increase in the assault on ICE officers. So the Supreme Court agreed with us yesterday on how we do these operations. I said from day one.
I know they're not just attacking ICE officers, they're also attacking officers in Homeland Security. So it is a bit wild how like they're trying to frame these ICE officers as terrorists and all this wild stuff when the old excuse was, well, they shouldn't mask up because, oh no, somebody might start kidnapping illegals and all that good stuff, which they don't have no proof of, none at all. But here's the thing, though. If you guys want to sit here and call these guys Gestapo terrorists and try to get in their way and then, you know, try to dox them and harass their family, you can't be mad at them for taking, you know, the precaution to mask up. It's like, that's on y'all. Y'all made the climate like this. Now you got to deal with how things are ran.
We don't arrest somebody or detain somebody without reasonable suspicion. And reasonable suspicion has a group of factors you must take into consideration. Racial profiling is not happening at all, and the Supreme Court has agreed with that.
So what is that reasonable suspicion? Is it an accent? Is it a tattoo? Is it a job? Tell us what that means.
A lot of those things combined. That we don't arrest people just based on their looks, right?
And shout out to my man Sid. He said these conservative chatters don't donate enough. I'm crying. This guy. He's like, hey, they were donating throughout the week, Sid. You just got here. But hey, shout out to my man Sid for donating. I do appreciate you for holding it down.
But you know, it's a myriad of factors. It's you know, when people see, you know, if they have this MS-13 tattoo on his face, that is one factor. It leads to reasonable suspicion, but there's other factors too. Before they do these operations, they do surveillance. They run intelligence information. They look at background information. They look at undercover videos and taps. They look at social media reports. They copy license plate numbers of people who are leaving and coming. They build reasonable suspicion. That's what's required by law, and I'm confident the men and women, the Border Patrol and ICE, are establishing reasonable suspicion when they detain somebody briefly and question them. And look, the Supreme Court just agreed with us. I said from day one that the law enforcement officers are enforcing the law and acting within the law. Every ICE officer, every 6 months, has to go through Fourth Amendment training, refresher training on what's required by law to detain, question, seize, arrest. So these are well-trained officers doing exactly the right thing. And the hateful rhetoric and the false stories are causing an attack on these men and women.
Yeah, it is one hateful rhetoric, and it is false stories of, oh, they're just kidnapping people with no due process. They're just going door to door, kicking in doors, taking out your favorite illegal. Is like, no, they're not doing that.
People remember, the men and women are ICE, they're mothers and fathers too. They don't hang their heart on the hook when they go to work. They strap a gun to the hip, they put a Kevlar vest on to arrest the worst of the worst and make this country safer.
Mr. Holman, how would you define a criminal? And I'm curious, is a person who is living in this country, paying taxes, has a license, has a job, and has kids serving in the U.S. military, but is still in the process of getting legal papers, is that person a criminal?
Well, every case is different, but when I'm talking,
I'm asking about that case.
No,
because there's been that
case. No, they're not. From what you just told me, they're not a public safety threat. However, if they're in the country illegally, that is not okay either.
Should that person be put in a car, like surrounded by ICE agents wearing masks, and dragged into a car and detained?
I don't know the specifics of that case, but let me say this.
That seems to be the answer for any case that has happened that you don't want to talk about, because there are cases across the country where people who are paying taxes, who have licenses, who are in the process of trying to get legal papers, are they criminals? Especially those who have kids who have served in the U.S. military. And no, they're not a public safety hazard.
Yeah, well, if they don't have their papers, they've been here for years and they ain't do that paperwork, I would tell her straight to her face, well, by law, I mean, then the law is tough, sweetheart. Yeah, we can remove them. Now, we may show them some grace But I ain't gonna lie, sweetheart, the way you talk can make me feel like, you know what, maybe we do need to be a bit more brutal about it. Man, let them know that we ain't playing around when it comes to that paperwork. I mean, we don't play around with our citizens when it comes to that paperwork. No matter what, I don't care what you're in. When it comes to paperwork in the USA, man, we abide by it. Why can't these illegals? So maybe we do need to be more brutal about it. Why not?
Are you going to let me answer the question?
Yes, sir.
I don't know the facts of that case. I don't know what you're talking about. I have to look at the facts of the case. However, I will say this. If they're in the country illegally, that is not okay. And people think illegal immigration is a victimless crime, and it's not. I don't know the case. I don't know the public safety threat.
And here's the thing, though. If they're just now recently trying to become a citizen after they didn't spend so much time as an illegal, I'm sorry, but there is such thing as a little too late. Like that, there is such thing as that. Like that's a little too late. You probably should have did it years ago, but hey, at least you tried, right?
I'll say this: there are millions of people standing in line, taking their tests, doing the background investigation, paying the fees to be part of the greatest nation on earth. And the people who are doing things the right way are sitting on the back seat while we had millions of people come across the border in the Biden administration and cheated the system. People can call them asylum seekers all they want, but if you look at immigration court data, nearly 9 out of 10 people who claim asylum at the border under Biden end up with an order removal because they don't qualify for asylum. They're pushing themselves to the front of the line, and there are thousands of people in the world who actually are escaping fear and persecution from their homeland. They're sitting in the back seat while people violated laws, disrespected this nation. If you want to be a part of the greatest nation on earth, there's a right way and wrong way to do it. So if you're in the country illegally, you may not be a priority because we prioritize public safety threats and national security threats, but it's not okay to be in this country illegally.
Okay, so is it fair to say that if someone is in the process of trying to get their paperwork straight and they have kids who have served in the U.S. military,
and they've been here legally for years, and they have kids who are U.S. citizens because they're serving in the U.S. military, then they should be deported? I would tell her, yes, by law, as much as you don't want to hear it, as much as it hurts your little heart, sweetheart, yes, they do need to be deported. But even if they're going to go look for, but even if they're in court right now to get it, well, it all depends on how long they've been doing it for. If they're in the process of doing it, then they're good. We're going to wait for the results. But let's say if they're just now doing it, then it's a little too late. Let's say if they're just now doing it once they found out that they have a deportation order. Well, the deportation order comes first. So a little bit too late.
and they're paying taxes and they have a license, is it fair to say that that person is not a threat to society and not a criminal?
Do they have a criminal history? Have you seen the intelligence? Do you have a?
I'm just asking. Do you consider someone who is trying to get their papers now, struggling, and has kids who serve in the military, has a license and pay taxes? Is that in your mind a criminal?
But they're an illegal citizen, but they have a license. And hold on, sis. Wait, what the fuck am I hearing right now? It's like, hold on now. I mean, to get to an illegal with a license, you know, a lot of laws got to be broken. You know that, right? And do you know this person personally? I just want to know. I'd ask someone. I just want to know, like, you know this person personally? Maybe I can get in contact. Like, if you know what I mean.
Is that someone you want your ICE agents to take off the street?
I just explained the real data that I see every day, that a mass 70% are criminals, public safety threats, and the rest are national security threats. People with final orders. I don't know who this case. Do they have a final order? Have you seen the background investigation or the investigation that was built upon by the ICE agent? What's involved in that case? Things you may not know. So unless I know the specifics of that case and I have the file in front of me, I can't make that determination.
Well, I would like to see that data that you're talking about, the 70%, the criminal history. I'd love some transparency as to why a lot of these people have been disappeared. You say you have data. We would love to see it. The American people should see this data.
Well, here's the rhetoric again, right? You just meant disappeared. That is a ridiculous thing to say.
Why?
Because ICE is doing the same thing we've done for decades.
And disappearing people. Yeah, I hate when they say, oh, they're disappearing people. No, they ran an investigation. That person happens to be an illegal and they're gone. Like they pull up on them and they just put them in the ICE truck and there you go. They're off to be deported or off to the detention center to be deported. Like when they use this language saying being disappeared, it kind of makes it sound like, well, honestly, I ain't gonna lie, it makes it sound kind of cool. Like we're just disappearing these guys off the street. Like that's how efficient we're working. It's like, man, like your illegal neighbor was there one day, now he's gone. Like you didn't even see it. It was overnight. We did it at 3 a.m. in the morning while you was asleep.
But because of the last 4 years, ICE wasn't allowed to enforce the law. ICE was told to sit back, and you can't arrest an illegal alien for simply being here illegally. You got to wait till they commit a serious crime and get convicted of that crime. That's what Secretary Mayorkas' instructions were, and that's why.
Hey, and shout out to my man Chase. He's like, they are trying now is a So what they are trying now is a cop out. They are criminal. Yeah, exactly. It's like they're an illegal citizen. No, my bad, illegal citizen, an illegal immigrant. They're an illegal immigrant. I don't care if they got children here in the military and they're serving the country. Great for them, bad for the parents. Like, I know y'all want to pull on emotional heartstring. You probably think I'm heartless for saying this, but we got to abide by our laws or it don't mean nothing. And I'm sorry, but due to them coming in illegally, you took the spot of somebody who's supposed to be here legally. And we got to make sure we show respect to those who obey the system. Sorry.
You saw there's so much crime in this country coming from the illegal alien population because there's no law enforcement. But we're doing the same thing right now that we did.
And if it's Nazi activity to put the legal immigrants who kind of obey our laws over the illegal ones, if that makes me a Nazi, then hi Hitler. Then fuck it.
Started back in 1984. ICE agents are enforcing the laws enacted by Congress. They're appropriated funding to enforce these laws. If you don't like what ICE is doing, then go protest Congress. However, to say we disappeared people, no. We're arresting people that are in the country illegally and are public safety threat. We know exactly who we're going to arrest when we go look for them. We have a case file in front of us. We have all those facts. This is not disappearing people. This is a planned, targeted.
And shout out Parabolic Curvature. He's like, you are right. I do find that heartless. I know you would, Parabolic. Trust me. Like I would say you kind of do have a bigger heart than me because you be kind of trying to listen to the whole situation. I get that, but I'm more of a stickler for law. I'm more of a stickler of the rules. I'm like, look, we gotta follow the rules, and we reward those who follow the law, and we punish those who don't. It's as simple as that. It's about as color. I don't care. I don't want to hear your situation. I don't want to hear your backstory. I don't give a damn. What do? We champion those who follow the law and we punish those who don't. That's it. About that simple. But said, what about their backstory? I don't give a damn. What did I say? All right, then.
Enforcement operation that we're doing. And comments like you just made is one of the reasons why these men and women are under threat every day. Not just the men and women in ICE, but their spouses and their children. They're not disappearing people. They're enforcing the law. And the data proves that 70% of these people are criminals.
Could we see that?
And shout out to my man Matt. He says more streams about Israel/Palestine conflict. Good work. And hey, man, appreciate that. And you know what? We could definitely get into that a little bit because I do want to make sure I run through they run through this whole Qatar bombing thing or them bombing Dohan?
Data?
Absolutely. I have no problem sharing any data from it. I read it every morning.
Well, can you share it with the rest of America?
Yeah, we certainly would like, sir, that data, and local officials do as well. We also want to get your reaction to this. The Wall Street Journal editorial board reacted to the immigration raid at the Hyundai plant in Georgia that was carried out earlier this week. I'll just read a.
And as we were told, multiple people in the community snitched on this. They snitched on the Hyundai factory because they were hiring mainly illegals, and these guys are getting tax breaks pretty much paid for by the people in that area, and they're not hiring the people in that area that's pretty much paying for their tax breaks. Like, come on now, the disrespect is crazy. Like, Dems, do you really want the taxpayer to be disrespected like that? Like, come on now. I feel like you should be able to line up with us on this one.
Little bit of it now. The sweeping ICE operation in Georgia illustrates the America First contradiction of demanding foreign investment in the U.S. while shrinking the available workforce. Americans want the law enforced, but raiding legal workplaces isn't going after criminal gangs or murderers. The
Bruh, what you mean? It's freeing up workspace for the American citizen. There you go. A positive, right? Yeah, look, y'all want to make it sound negative. Well, great. I'm gonna give you a positive. 400 something, about over 400 jobs done open up at a Honda plant over there in Georgia if you're looking for a job. All right. If you're in Georgia, by the way, or if you're in that area. But yeah, I'm sorry. I don't see this as a bad. All I see is positives. I hate corporations that try to abuse these immigrants to pay them less and damn near to abuse their H-1B visa statuses by damn near holding them hostage. Like, oh well, if I fire you, you got to go back home. We know you don't want to go back there if you're an illegal immigrant. Oh well, if I'm hiring you straight on, I got to do it under the table and I'm paying you less. Or you go through a third party employer and you end up getting paid less regardless. Like both ways, they're screwed, but hey, at least they're working, right? Right. But no, y'all shouldn't be thinking like that.
Georgia raid shows the Trump administration's priority is deporting every illegal migrant, no matter how long they have worked here. This makes every employer a potential target of an ICE raid if the agency suspects foreigners are working there. This is already having a notable impact on the U.S. labor market, as recent monthly jobs reports suggest. It's hard to know, sir. That's the end of that page there. So let's get your reaction to that. I mean, the chilling effect potentially on the American economy.
I mean, let's be real. Like foreign-born work is kind of shrinking because, well, you guys, I'm talking about the Dems. Yeah, you guys thought it was okay to fill those jobs with illegals or like foreign workers. That's not cool. And then y'all want to sit here and try to shame Americans. Oh, Americans don't want to do those jobs. Y'all don't even give Americans the opportunity. Actually, y'all straight up lie to Americans about these jobs. I found out due to watching CNN. So shout out CNN for interviewing this farmer that was literally saying he pays about $15 to $30 an hour depending on speed and all that good stuff. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, oh yeah, y'all a damn lie. I know so many teenagers that will work that job in a second. Like, you guys are tripping. Like, we don't even tell the kids that the jobs are out here like that. Actually, we just give it to illegals and then tell them that, oh, you're too good for it. I mean, why they do what? Sit on an iPad and play the game all day? Or much worse, chill out in the streets committing crime? Or getting into very rambunctious things. But hey, if you were a boy, you know what I'm talking about. Jumping fences and pissing the neighbors off and I don't know, knocking over mailboxes. The good old days.
Economy, as well as the deportation of people who have been here for years as hardworking employees.
Well, let's break this down. First of all, entering the country legally is a crime. First of all, if you're in the country legally, it's not okay. Knowingly hiring an illegal alien is also a crime. And I said from day one, we're going to do worksite enforcement operations. Let me give you just one example why this is important. And this is a true example. I put a new roof in my house a few years ago. I had to call 5 different companies until I got a company that guaranteed me a legal workforce. And one of the people that showed up was a father and son who at one time employed 20 U.S. citizens in their company. But they could.
He says no Hyundai employees were arrested during the raid. So what? You think they just went in there and just dragged out random illegal? Come on, bro. Hold on, Parabolic. What you trying to say, dog? Parabolic. Come on, bro. What are you trying to say? Now I gotta go look up the situation even deeper. I'm pretty sure they were working there, so I'm pretty sure they were employees, even though they were illegal citizens. I mean, I guess the definition of an employee is what? You work there doesn't mean you gotta legally work there. You just work there, so you're an illegal employee, but you're still an employee.
Win a bid to replace a roof because they couldn't compare themselves to a company that hired illegal aliens, giving them $5 to get on the roof, where he's paying U.S. citizens $20 to get on the roof. So he lays off 20 U.S. citizen employees because he couldn't compete with illegal alien workforce. That happens every day across this country 1,000 times. So hiring an illegal alien, first of all, no one hires an illegal alien out of the goodness of their heart. They hire because they work them harder, pay them less, and undercut the competition who has U.S. citizen employees. They'll also drive
some of them. It's like the argument I kind of had with Castro. Well, when we were talking about how these farmers treat their illegals, or AKA their slaves. You know, some treat them pretty well. Like I say, back in the day of slavery, some slave masters was cool. Some was outright brutal, just like today. I mean, you know, some guys pay their illegals well. Some guys pay them dirt. Sometimes hold out on them. Sometimes tell them, hey, if you come to me about that paycheck again, I'm gonna call ICE on your ass. Yeah, I mean, it get like that. So I don't know if we should even allow it just because of how cruel it can get.
Down wages. Just an example I told you drives down wages overall. So enforcing one of the reasons people come to this country illegally is to get a job, and that's an enticement and that's a magnet. And I'm telling you, thousands under Joe Biden in 4 years, 4,000 aliens died making that journey. Historic record. People
Mr.
putting
Holman,
illegal immigration is not a victimless crime. We got we have a nation of laws. We got to follow those laws.
Mr. Holman, I appreciate what you're saying. I think you did answer my question. I mean, you said that if someone is here illegally, they're a criminal. So I just want to know.
Yes.
What is the data you have beyond that? For example, I was giving you an example of a parent of someone who served in this country. If that person is trying so hard to get their papers straight, especially now, because you're in charge. And
why did they wait till now, until big bad Tom Homan comes in with the mean mug to get their papers? So what? They wanted to wait till the white man with the mean mug came in office and be like, okay, let me take them serious. That's their fault.
Trump is in charge and they're going to clean up the border and make this country safe and make sure that people are legal who are here in the United States. I understand that. Donald Trump won the election in part because of this part of his campaign. I'm not arguing it. I just want to know what ICE agents out in the field right now, what they consider to be a criminal. Is that someone who has committed a crime like robbed a store?
No. Or committed a crime like entering this country without documentation? I mean, that's a crime.
Or what about Narcisco Barranco, the father of 3 Marines who was cutting bushes at an IHOP before they took him off the street? I want to know.
God damn, he raised three sons, sent them to the Marines, and still ain't get his paperwork right? Respect to that man. I mean, obviously he was a good father, but I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. If you're going like S.E.T, bro, but he was a father of Marines. I know. But the law is the law. And like I said, if they don't want to follow the law, then it is what it is. We got to go ahead and carry out that punishment. And the man had years to get the paperwork done. Now, to be quite honest with you, I do have a hard enough to understand. I do want to kind of understand, like, all right, what's preventing you guys from doing this paperwork? Like, what's preventing you guys from going through the system? Because it's like, what? Do you guys have past criminality back in y'all country? Like, what's going on here to where you guys are too afraid to become a real United States citizen, or at least get your green card or whatever, or get another visa? Like, what's going on?
I want to know the data that you.
But, you know, when you wait out so long and all of a sudden you wait for big, bad, mean mug Tom Homan to come out that's saying he's about to deport you with your family members, you want to wait till then to get your papers straight? Nah, I can't feel too bad for you.
You say you have about 70% of these people. Show it to us.
You send me the specifics of that case, and I'll run down what the specifics of that case are. You may not know all the facts around that case.
I may not. I certainly don't. That's why I'm asking you.
Well, let me tell you, look, right now I see on the show this morning you have Governor Healy talking about ICE doing enforcement operations at a church. Mm-hmm. False. Didn't happen.
They were parked there. They did not do an operation there. She said they were parked in a public space legally.
But to say that and to push that out there puts fear in the immigrant community. So let me tell you what's happening.
To do that puts fear in the community. Right. To park the ICE agent's vehicle
they're on a
near
public
a church.
Street.
They're on a public street. She said
they're on a public street waiting to respond to a criminal alien release pulled aside the road. Let me tell you, in the last couple of days, what's happened in Boston. They've arrested Victor Gomez Perez, a 33-year-old criminal alien from Guatemala, with charges of aggravated rape, assault and battery with dangerous weapon, indecent assault and battery on victims 14 years or younger. They arrested Kaylee Espinosa, a 34-year-old criminal alien from Colombia, with charges of aggravated assault on a pregnant victim. They arrested Joshua Gonzalez, a 23-year-old criminal alien from Dominican Republic, with charges for trafficking heroin, morphine, opium, resisting police, disorderly conduct, and drug distribution. They also arrested Samuel Armando Barrera, a 20-year-old criminal illegal alien from Guatemala, pending charges for assault and battery on a child. So Mayor Wu and Governor Healy, they ought to be calling ICE and thanking them for making their streets safer, for protecting their communities and taking these people off the street. They've turned a blind eye to this. They're sanctuary cities. Sanctuaries, cities and sanctuary states are sanctuaries for criminals. Give ICE access to the jail to arrest a bad guy in the jail rather than have to go in the community to find them. Because when you go in the community and find them, it puts ICE officers at greater risk. It puts the community at greater risk. It puts the alien at greater risk because anything can happen on the street risk. This is what we're trying to do. We're trying to prioritize public safety threats when you got governors and mayors who are releasing these public safety threats every day into the community. That causes the crime rate, and we've seen some terrible incidents in the last few days where innocent victims are murdered. This past year, I've seen innocent Americans raped and murdered by people who are not supposed to be here. So rather than going back and forth, say, well, ICE has got a car parked near a church, that is ridiculous. You're out there looking for people like this, exactly what they're doing.
Well, I would argue that actually that the ICE vehicle parked outside a Spanish mass is a frightening sight, given what is...
I mean, it shouldn't be a frightening sight if you hear legally. I'm just saying. I mean, hey, it shouldn't be a frightening sight if you hear legally. And I mean, just because they going to where the birds, I mean, to where the bees at. Hey, I don't, it ain't their fault. I mean, you're going to Hispanic church, post up outside there because Lord knows that, you know, they're going to have some illegals there. I mean, it is what it is. What's the goal? To make sure we get as much people out of here. I mean, sorry, guys. It is what it is. I know it may hurt your feelings, but this is just how things are being carried out.
Happen in this country. I also, with respect, sir, thank you for the information that you have shared on this show. But
I don't know, man. Close your eyes and think of England or something. I know they got some crazy immigration laws.
We would appreciate all of the information, all of it, all of the data that you say you have.
I've done this show several times. Every time on your show, I speak with integrity, I speak with honesty, and I speak with facts. The bottom line is, because of all this false narrative and you using the term disappearing people,
well, that's
disgusting.
What's happened. That happened to the group that was sent to El Salvador.
U.S. citizens get arrested every day. U.S. citizens get arrested by police every day. Are they being disappeared? No, their laws are being enforced. They're being arrested. They're being put in detention because they committed a criminal offense.
Not like what you're doing.
No, no. He's pretty much getting these guys up out of here. And you know what? Due to something called expedited removal, he can get them up out of here with no lawyer. Yep, you get no representation, no day in court, and you're gone. I mean, and shout out to Bill Clinton for going, you know, and putting this in order. And then shout out for Trump in his first term for extending that. Yeah, so yes, look that up. Expedited removal. So yes, it is lawful. And let's be real, sweetheart. The due process for an American citizen is way different than a due process for an illegal immigrant.
Not even close. We're enforcing the law and arresting people here in violation of law that are public safety threats. That's not disappearing people. That's enforcing the laws of this country and making this country safer.
I thank you very much.
Man, I'm about to say, on God, arresting people, disappearing people, then people get disappeared every day, B.
For explaining what ICE considers to be a danger and a criminal threat. Everybody understands the reality, and we appreciate your sharing that reality with us. And we would love the data. Border Czar for the Trump administration, Tom Homan. Thank you very much for coming on the show this morning.
You got it.
Yeah, you could tell she pissed him off. You could tell. But hey, she tried it, though. She tried it. But all right, man, let's get into this. Let's get into this whole Qatar and Israel conflict.
Says Israel's strike on Hamas targets in Qatar does not advance Israel or America's goals.
He added that he feels very badly about the location of the attack, which was the Qatari capital. Listen to this.
I don't have to do that. I'm not thrilled about the whole situation. It's not a good situation. But I will say this: we want the hostages back, but we are not thrilled about the way that went down today. I'm never surprised by anything, especially when it comes to the Middle East. I'll be giving a full statement tomorrow, but I will tell you this. I was very unhappy about it.
In a Truth Social post earlier, Trump said that he was notified that Israel was attacking Hamas in the capital, Doha, by the U.S.
Here's the worst part about it. I mean, they reported as if they killed the Hamas leadership, but the Hamas leadership, well, took a nice little picture And now, yes, they are alive. They end up actually killing one of Qatari's police officers and some Hamas soldiers, but not the Hamas leadership.
Military, but it was unfortunately too late to stop the attack.
The Israeli military carried out airstrikes targeting.
Why'd they even do it? Like, why attack a country that's literally like helping us out? Why attack a country that we have no hostile, like, wait, they don't have nukes. They don't say F Israel. They don't even say F America. Why did we do this? Oh, wait, to attack Hamas on their soil? Like, yeah, we're not allowed to do that, guys. That is definitely not allowed. But hey, when they did it to Iran, okay, but doing it to Qatar, like a country that's been mediating all these negotiations with the Middle Eastern countries, is a bit disrespectful. And I mean, they have every right to not even trust us anymore at this point.
Senior Hamas leaders in the Qatari capital Doha, the Palestinian group, said that 6 people were killed in the strikes, including a son of its top negotiator, but that Hamas senior leaders had survived.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he ordered the strikes in response to the shooting in Jerusalem that killed 6 people. Hamas's armed wing, the Al-Qassam brigades, had...
And shout out Parabolic Curvatry says, no one is saying to keep dangerous people in the country if they are here illegally, but just border crossers? Come on. It's a misdemeanor. Like Trump's 34 charges would be if it weren't for a campaign. Like, you know what? I mean, it's a good point. I'll be real with you. It is slightly a good point. It's just they're a border crosser. And that's the thing. Look, here's a problem, Parabolic. If we didn't have a legal immigration system, then okay, I would agree with you. But we do. There's a right way to do things and there's a wrong way to do things. And we cannot like low-key champion those or put them on a pedestal for doing the wrong thing. What that's going to promote? More people doing the wrong thing. It is illegal just to cross our border. It is a misdemeanor. I understand that, but it's still illegal and we have a proper way of doing it. I do understand that way does need work, but that doesn't mean you just disrespect our laws. Like our laws must be respected.
Claimed responsibility for the deadly shooting.
The Israeli attacks in Doha mark a sharp escalation as Qatar has been a driving force in Gaza ceasefire efforts and has hosted multiple rounds of talks. Qatar condemned the strikes, which it said targeted the homes of several members of Hamas political bureau residing in the Gulf country. This is not the first time that Israel has pursued its enemies on foreign soil. Just recently in August, Israeli strikes in Yemen's Sana'a killed Houthi Prime Minister Ahmad al-Rahawi alongside several Houthi ministers. A day before that, Israeli drones struck near Damascus and had killed.
Yep, I think they was helping these guys out with the what was those people called? It's that like religious spiritual Muslim group. I forgot what their name was, but yeah, they were trying to back this religious Muslim group in Syria. They was of course trying to stop Hezbollah in Lebanon by hitting them with a bunker bomber to stop their underground operation of building a military base. In Yemen, I mean, come on now. The Houthis stay getting hit at because, well, let me be real, you're probably the most relentless towards Israel. I mean, bro, they'll shoot a rocket at them knowing that it won't hit. They just do it just for the look of it, just to do it. And then, of course, recently, Qatar.
6 Syrian soldiers. In September last year, Israel killed Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah after its fighter jets carried out an airstrike on the Hezbollah leader's underground headquarters in Beirut. And in July that year, Israel killed Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran through an airborne guided projectile that hit a special residence for military veterans in the north of Tehran.
Yeah, I wasn't the best move, to be quite honest. That is
live on the broadcast is Colonel David B. DeRoche, a professor near East South Asia Center for Strategic Studies, National Defense University.
But all right, let's get on to the next video and let's get over to CNN.
We are expecting President Trump to appear publicly and take some questions from journalists after Israel dramatically escalated its war against Hamas, this time by striking a Hamas target inside the nation of Qatar, a U.S. ally. President Trump moments ago on Truth Social wrote, quote, "This was a decision made by Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. It was not a decision made by me. Unilaterally bombing inside Qatar, a sovereign nation and close ally of the United States, that is working very hard and bravely taking risks with us to broker peace. does not advance Israel or America's goals, unquote.
Well, it was supposed to advance Israel's goals, but it failed. And of course, I mean, let's be real. We kind of try to align our goals with Israel. So of course, like in all actuality, this wasn't going to benefit us in any way, shape, or form. Actually, it hurts us. And I mean, like with Qatar of all people, because they didn't do nothing. They didn't do nothing to us. So the fact that we let them sit there and get hit after all the mediation we do, they let us build our golf, they let us build businesses there, they let us go ahead and have a military base there, they buy our weapons, and we let them get bombed. And then what happened to our defense system? Well, we turned it off so Israel can bomb them. Like, what? I mean, that doesn't build too much trust in our weapons system at that point.
Closed caption TV footage in Doha, the city of Doha, the capital of Qatar, captured the moment of the Israeli strike, which targeted residential headquarters where members of Hamas's political bureau live. Hamas says that the strike killed 5 of its members, but did not kill the negotiating delegation or the 5 senior leaders. Qatar says the strike killed a member of the Qatari security force. Qatar, of course, has been a key mediator in ceasefire talks, maintaining direct channels with the United States and with Israel and with Hamas. Let's get right to CNN's Kristen Holmes at the White House. Kristen, what more is the White House saying about this attack?
Yeah, I've talked to a number of Trump officials, advisors to the president, who all have expressed frustration and anger at the way that this played out. And I actually want to read to you another part of that post that I think is why there is so much hostility and anger at the way that this played out. President Trump writing, I immediately directed Special Envoy Steve Witkoff to inform the Qataris of the impending attack, which he did. However, unfortunately,
the Qataris said they did not get it in time. They said we got that call after it hit. So pretty much they like, all right, so the missile hits and everybody's like, and then all of a sudden they get a ring from Trump and then they're like, oh, yeah, so Israel, they're gonna hit you. Yeah, they're gonna hit you now. I mean, why? Because Hamas.
it was too late to stop the attack. It was so late that it was after the attack had already started. And we are told that these Trump administration officials are very unhappy with the fact that they weren't able, that Steve Witkoff wasn't able to reach out to our allies who have been helping with this process of trying to come to peace agreements, not even just between Hamas and Israel, but on other fronts internationally as well, that Witkoff was not able to tell them ahead of time that this was happening. So they're not happy with how this happened.
All right, Kristen Holmes at the White House for us. Thanks so much. Just moments ago, the Qatari prime minister described the Israeli attack as, quote, state terrorism, saying that Israel's weapons went undetected by radar and that the U.S. contacted Qatar 10 minutes after the attack. CNN's Jeremy Diamonds in it.
So it's like, dude, these guys like a B-2 or some type of stealth plane that we don't know about. Or we shut down our systems to go ahead and let Israel bomb Qatar. I mean, it's only A or B at this point. Maybe there's a C that I'm leaving out, but it's only A or B.
Israel, with how the Israeli,
either one is pretty damn bad.
Israeli military is defending the strike.
Explosions rock the Qatari capital. Israel has just tried to assassinate Hamas's political leadership. Brazen military strikes with far-reaching implications. Israeli officials say Hamas leader Khalil al-Hayya and several other senior Hamas officials were the targets, calling them, quote, directly responsible for the October 7th massacre.
At the beginning of the war, I promised that Israel would reach those who perpetrated this horror. And today, Israel and I have kept that promise.
Hamas says Israel failed. Al-Hayya's son was killed along with 5 others, including a Qatari security official, but the group says Hamas's leaders all survived. Hamas says the strike shows Israel is trying to thwart American efforts to end the war.
I think we're going to have a deal on Gaza very soon.
Attempting to kill Al-Hayya, Hamas's chief negotiator, amid a renewed American push to reach a ceasefire and hostage release deal. A senior Hamas official said Al-Hayya was targeted while discussing the latest American proposal. Israel has targeted Hamas decision makers at critical junctures before, In May, it killed Hamas's de facto leader, Mohammed Sinwar, one day after the group released an American hostage, Idan Alexander, in a gesture that was meant to spur on ceasefire talks. And now Israel has violated the sovereignty of a key meeting.
So yeah, I mean, believe it or not, Hamas did show some goodwill and released the prisoner. And then, next day, well, we kill him. No, right? Kill him. And here's the thing, I don't really feel too bad for the man, I'll tell you that right now. But it didn't really help with the diplomacy of the matter. It didn't really help no diplomacy really get pushed through. Honestly, it kind of stalled talks, if anything. Because think about it, we just took out their leader. Now they got to find a whole new leader. So every time somebody comes to the table and we try to get to a negotiation and like things seem to be going in the right direction, he dies. Bombed. Next day.
Mediator in those negotiations. The Qatari government fuming, calling the Israeli attack a blatant violation of international law, and one that clearly was designed to undermine the peace negotiations in which the United States and Qatar are collaborating closely. The Israeli strike also drawing international condemnation from Europe to the Middle East. In Israel, hostage families who have demanded a ceasefire deal in recent weeks said they felt, quote, deep concern and heavy anxiety, fearing the 20 living hostages still held in Gaza will pay the price for this latest Israeli strike. Jeremy Diamond, CNN, Jerusalem.
Jeremy Diamond, thank you so much for that report. Let's discuss this incredibly momentous event with Beth Sanner, former Deputy Director of National Intelligence, who used to provide President Trump with his daily intelligence briefings. First of all, let me start by reading you something I just read in the Jerusalem Post, which was, I think a lot of people think is probably true, although I don't know it to be the case, which is the idea that Israel would not have done this without the United States knowing, just because of U.S. presence in the region, and the idea that
I kind of agree, because like, how else did they get past their air defense system? And their air defense system is supposed to protect them from retaliation of, well, the Muslim countries that don't like Qatar for working with us. A lot of countries in the Muslim world don't like Qatar because they work with us so closely. So I'm wondering, like, yeah, how is this going to work out? Because we pretty much, like, I'm not sure what happened to the air defense system, but it's either we turned it off or Israel has a stealth plane that we don't know about. Maybe we gave them a B-2 bomber and we didn't tell nobody. Or maybe they stole the B-2 bomber just like they stole the goddamn nuke. You never know. You never freaking know. And you know what? Y'all didn't hear that from me.
the Israel just doesn't do anything without the Israel knowing about it. Let me just read the quote: "Is Israel would not have carried out such a dramatic strike without a green light from Washington. Its planes could not have entered Doha's airspace without U.S. forces stationed there detecting them." Is that necessarily true?
No, I don't think it is. Israel has done things and will continue to do things that they know we oppose, and they will set it up in a way that makes it very hard for the United States to say no, or they'll just go ahead and do it anyway. I mean, when I'm thinking about that, the quote there about the statement that Trump made, if he had just said, "This isn't in America's interest," I would say, I wonder if there's something there. But because of our relationship with the Qataris and how important that is, but he said it's not in America's interest or Israel's interest. So that means he thinks, I don't think he would just throw that out there. We may find out it's all a conspiracy, but I'm kind of leaning toward the reason the U.S. military found out late is because they had late notification, and that's why the military in the Pentagon called Trump, not the Israelis.
So I'm not buying that.
Why would Israel do this? What is it?
I'm just not buying that we didn't know. Like, I'm pretty sure we freaking knew. How else do we get past their air defense if we're not the ones who shut it down? Or is our air defense systems like crap? Do they not work? Like, come on now. How does this make us look on the world stage?
Get them to, I mean, it is an attack in a sovereign country that is an ally of the United States, Qatar.
Yeah. I mean, I think I've told you this before. I always think about the relationship between Israel and the United States as a Venn diagram, looking back at our childhood geometry, right, where we've got like that center part where we have this overlapping part. But the Netanyahu little part of shared interests is much smaller with the United States and with Trump than the overall U.S.-Israeli relationship is. I don't think this is in our interest at all. But Netanyahu believes that only force will get Hamas to the table, and he does not want to negotiate. But I think he also is.
I mean, shoot, he's already saying he's going to take all of Gaza, and that's going to lead to a crazy amount of bloodshed. But I mean, we'll see how that works out.
Very clearly by this saying, the hostages are not my number one priority.
Yep. And he has said that. I mean, actually, not just Bibi Netanyahu has said that, but Smotrich, their finance minister, has said that, and other key officials in their government has said it's not even about they're pretty much saying F the hostages. It's about just taking Gaza.
Killing Hamas and looking strong for the next election is his priority.
So President Trump obviously saying out loud he disapproved of the location of Israel's strike inside the capital city of Qatar, Doha, that it runs counter to his objectives in the region. Before that, a top Qatari diplomat based in UC said the strike was designed to undermine peace negotiations and claimed the U.S. and Qatar are collaborating closely. Netanyahu said hours before the strike that the ceasefire deal was in Hamas's hands, that the war could end today if Hamas just accepted the deal.
But that's what Bibi always does. Say, oh, if Hamas just accepts the deal, everything will be all good. Okay, cool. Well, can you leave their leader alive for like a week or so we can get it done? Like, I get it. It's F these guys. But I mean, if you want to get to this ceasefire deal, somebody got to be alive to accept the deal. Am I wrong?
And then he does this.
Yeah.
Or I mean, just be honest and say, hey, no, we're just trying to exterminate them all. Just be honest.
It's true that this could end if Hamas said yes. But in my view, you wouldn't kill the people or try to kill the people who actually are more open to negotiating and leave the only people standing, the super anti any kind of negotiation, the people who are in Gaza. So if they had been successful, then you would have had people who had said, no way, no matter what.
Yeah.
And so I really think it's counter to getting the hostages out.
And the other question is, how much of a heads up did the U.S. have? There is always, of course, the question of maybe Israel didn't want to give the U.S. A heads up so that the U.S. could say we had no idea. But when asked today, the White House was very clear in their language. They said,
it's like a do it, but don't tell me about it.
The Trump administration was notified by the U.S. military of an impending Israeli attack. That could just be like, the military detects that these jets are coming in or whatever.
Right. Or
it's about to strike in 5 minutes.
They go to the military liaison who's sitting in Israel and say, we're in the midst of this strike. That's what's coming in. It's not hostile forces.
And as you know, you mentioned the hostages. So many family members of Israeli hostages still being held in Gaza are upset about this, as they've been upset about things Netanyahu has been doing for months. Quote, the price for the 48 hostages could be unbearable. The living hostages could be murdered at any moment, and the deceased could disappear forever. The time has come to end the war. This is a statement from the hostages and missing families. Do you think this strike makes getting back those hostages less likely?
Yes.
You do?
Yes. My heart is breaking for the hostage families right now. I'm very, very worried about it. And let's remember, a majority of Israelis want this war to end and the hostages out. That's their number one priority too. So Netanyahu, while he's got the far right people on his side on this, I don't think this is a popular move, but it helps keep him in power.
Beth Sander, thanks so much.
Yeah, following the Likud party or the far right in Israel's, it's been serving him well. And he gets all the bribes and all that good stuff, you know, nice cigars, luxury presents, all that cool stuff.
And it's unlikely to pay a price.
I've got to just interrupt because we have this news conference taking place in the Ministry of Finance. We can get over and have a listen to what the foreign minister is at the moment saying, or his spokesman.
All right, so Qatar's Minister of Finance. Let's hear from him.
And here you go, Majid Al-Ansari there.
Be right back.
Seen as terrorism. This has targeted the headquarters or the political office of Hamas during the negotiations. The security forces and civil defense went directly under the directives of His Highness the Emir to address the situation that happened, the attack that took place on 3:46 p.m. and taking care of all those who died or were injured during this attack. We also took all the measures in order to contain the situation. In this regard, we present and express our sincere condolences to the martyr Saad al-Dusri, who died during his while he was carrying out his duties in this event. We also pray that all those who died or has been killed will be in the paradise. The state of Qatar is committed to act in a decisive way with anything that would target its territories, and will reserve the right to retaliate and will take all the needed measures to retaliate. And under the directives of His Highness the Emir, the security of the citizens and the residents is our top priority. And based on that,
and they do got to react, because or else I ain't gonna lie, they're gonna look like the punching bag of the Middle East, and you don't want to be that.
as of tomorrow, God willing, we will review all the policies and the directives in order to deter such actions and measures in the future, so that it cannot happen again. And this will be also the committee will be headed by State Minister Mohammed Al Khalifi, who will take all the needed measures in order to retaliate and to respond to this attack, against this attack. The Israeli attack that took place today in the state of Qatar, we can only call it as a state terrorism that is being exerted by someone like Netanyahu, given his attempts and his policies as he tries to threaten the regional security. This is only a clear message to the whole region, and this message says that there is one player, and there's also a disrespect to all the policies and also a violation to the sovereignty of all the countries and the states. Netanyahu said himself that he will reshape the Middle East. Does he mean that he's also going to reshape the Gulf region? I think that I'm gonna
be real with you, big dog. You should have been worried about the whole Middle East. When he says the Middle East, I'm pretty sure he includes you guys too. So you guys thinking that you guys were safe, I mean, man, ignorance at its finest. And like I said, I mean, Qatar has played that safety role. Like, all right, they cool with Israel. They get down with Trump. I mean, well, they get down with the US. So, you know, that relationship is cool. But as far as, you know, Israel seeing them, I mean, they probably see them as just another Middle Eastern country they needed to stabilize.
Have reached a decisive moment. There should be a retaliation from the whole region in the face of those barbaric actions that only reflects one thing. It reflects the barbarism of this person that is leading the region to, unfortunately, to a point where we cannot address any situation and we cannot repair anything and we cannot work within the frameworks of international laws. He just violates all those international laws.
Yeah, you can't just bomb a country because you want to, or just to try to get to Hamas. I mean, there's such thing as neutral ground, and if you disrespect the neutral ground, I mean, oh man, we're really screwed. We are really screwed.
For lefties But it's time for lefties losing it. And I regret to inform you that the weapon grade crazy is extra toxic this week because two deranged individuals have come together to spew insane lies. It's lefty losing it Hall of Famer Rosie O'Donnell and former CNN chief White House correspondent Jim Acosta. They are now reduced to this. Let's start with Mad Banshee Rosie's crazy claims about who else but Donald Trump.
He paid $1 billion to Jeffrey Epstein over the time of their friendship. $1 billion. You know, before he brings more troops into Chicago and harasses brown-skinned people, before he breaks more of the Constitution apart, before he starts having people get killed, we have to do something, America.
Yeah.
And it's
I agree.
He agrees. Jim Acosta agrees. What is she suggesting there, Jim? More acts of violence, more riots, more assassination attempts? And let's not forget, Jim Acosta served as CNN's chief White House correspondent for years. But even he flinches here when Rosie calls the US president a pedophile. This is incredible. And Rosie, I hope for your sake, Donald Trump doesn't sue you for this slander, though you richly deserve it.
Wake up.
Yeah.
Wake up. Our president is a serial pedophile rapist, and that's what he is. And in America, you're allowed to have an opinion. You're allowed to say.
I mean, that's a salacious accusation, ma'am. That could be hit with defamation, and you have no proof of it. Or trust me, I mean, if you guys had all this proof in the world, like I said, it still stands that why didn't y'all use it during the election? Yeah, y'all was holding on to this information for 4 years, and you guys didn't want to, I don't know, tap into it to try to make sure Trump never runs again. So you pretty much saying you just let this pedo run wild for 4 years, and you guys had this information, ain't do nothing about it. You had to wait till Trump to come into office to do it, to hang himself, pretty much, if that's the case.
What you think. That's what our country was founded on.
Yeah. It's like, man, it's like Dems can't do anything like without Trump or something. It's like, it's kind of wild.
Come on.
Oh, dear Rosa, you are entitled to an opinion, but you're not entitled to spew your sick delusional fantasies when they involve defamation. There are legal remedies for that. Now to a current CNN anchor, Abby Phillips, who is schooled here about Social Security by Ben Shapiro. This is embarrassing.
When you're talking about, hold on, when you're talking about the government paying, you're talking about Social Security,
Yes.
which is people's money.
Well, it is. Well, it is not the money you paid in. It's
the system that they pay into.
Well, no,
you're calling.
Yes, but believe me, I pay a lot.
I know I pay into Social Security. I don't know about.
I promise you, the amount that people are taking out is not the amount that is going in, which is why we are going bankrupt.
Okay, but it's not the government just handing out a blank check.
No, it's the government borrowing money to pay. Well, you pay in X dollars, and then you get multiple times X dollars when you retire. That is how the system works. It is not a lockbox.
Now to another former CNN anchor who's now producing their own online content, Don Lemon. Here he is with Democrat beta boy Harry Sisson, and they're coming to save democracy.
Beta boy is wild. Wait. And this is why, man, TikTok, bro. TikTok. When Don Lemon and Harry Sisson team up, man, it's about to be a whole lot of liberal bullshit. It's going to be some bullshit, guys. Nothing but projection and TDS.
While we're on Don Lemon, did he put his foot in it with Democrat Sarah McBride, who is a man who identifies as a woman?
This is my car. I'm heading back to Delaware.
It is, dude. Do you have a Hemi in here? What is it?
This is a beautiful Chevy Equinox, American made.
You got a whole closet back there.
Dude, that's a misgender if I ever heard one. Straight to re-education camp for you, Don. And sticking with Don, he is out there trying to save democracy, he calls it, trying to whip up fear about Trump's law and order crackdown. But here a Maryland woman explains what happened to her family because of the lawlessness that's happening in big cities.
My husband was murdered 2 years ago, and nothing was ever done.
Murder where? At home?
Right out in front of her house.
Sorry.
It was a carjacking gone wrong, and they shot him in his head.
Damn.
Killed him instantly. So, but again, our lovely mayor didn't do nothing.
Damn.
Did they ever find the perpetrator?
Nope.
So you want to see it?
Yes, I want justice.
You want justice, and you would like to see the troops here in the national.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Poor Don is not having much luck on this.
I told you, man, when you go down and actually talk to the people, you hear some shit. You hear some shit that the news like to kind of hide from you Dems, as you guys sit in your ivory towers thinking that you know how it is at the bottom. You don't. You have to go talk to these people. You hear some crazy stuff and you're like, oh, this is why they want it, because it affects them personally. But yeah, I don't understand that part. It's more about hating Trump than stopping crime, or listening to the American people.
Straight here he is in New York City.
How you doing, sir? Good. Can we talk to you? Where are you from? You live in New York?
Who are you?
Don Lemon.
You're a moron, dude.
Thank you. So are you.
Yeah, that's very nice of you to say.
Nice to see you.
Except you've never heard anything I've had to say, and I've heard a whole bunch of what you.
I'm glad you watched me.
No, I don't.
Why?
But you just get clipped everywhere.
I know, but why don't you? You said you don't watch me, but yet you know who I am, and I get clipped.
Before I realized that CNN and MSNBC were full of shit, every once in a while I'd see.
What do you watch?
Talking. I watch all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, but why do you say CNN and MSNBC are full of shit?
Because they lie.
But about what? Be specific. What's everything?
Everything.
Now, Donald Trump was back in New York for the US Open in New York City, the bluest of cities in a blue state. And yet he got a better reception than Joe Biden and Kamala Harris get at sporting events.
Through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sing.
And here is the president arriving at the men's final and being greeted with loud cheers. You may be shocked by that if you read the media headlines about all the booing and chaos. Then the president signed some hats for fans. Again, this is New York City. That's what's shocking about this. And as POTUS walked through the crowd, chants of USA went up. Funny how that really doesn't seem to happen too much with Democrat leaders.
Not at all. But all right, guys, let's get into this story that I've been sitting on this for a while. Not too many people know about it. I know I talked to Monte about it for like 30 seconds. But let's get into it.
I didn't have Marjorie Taylor
because this is wild, and we'll probably close out on this one unless we get to that $100, which we are about $24 away, and then we can go ahead and open up the call-in line. Extend the time of the stream. But if not, hey, this will just be the last one. Let's get right into it, guys.
You let a pedophile go. Why did you let them go? You don't need a little. You let a pedophile go. Why did you let them go? You don't need a little bit of an explanation for that. You need an excellent explanation for that. And then it turns out you're from that country originally, and you are bribed legally by someone who's a citizen of that country. So we literally have a genocidal freak, a Nazi, as the US attorney in Nevada. I mean, how is that conscionable?
This one just blows my mind because she acknowledges that she wants to slaughter the children in Gaza.
A pedophile Israeli comes in and she's like, oh, you're helping murder Palestinian children? You're free to go. You're free to go. Americans, go to jail.
She's with JCW, Jewish Community Watch, an organization that hunts down accused pedophiles who flee to Israel from the US, exploiting a process called law of return, whereby any Jewish person can move to Israel and automatically gain citizenship. The ease with which pedophiles seem able to use this law as an escape route haunts victims like Mendy Hawk, who says he was abused from age 8 by a teacher at an Orthodox Jewish school in Los Angeles. Yom Tov pled guilty in 2002 to sexually abusing and committing lewd acts against 3 other boys. He served jail time, but when he was released, he violated his probation and, according to JCW, fled to Israel with help from individuals within the Orthodox Jewish community. JCW tracked Yom Tov down and confronted him with a hidden camera in Jerusalem, where he admitted to illegally fleeing the United States with help and using a fake passport to enter Israel.
Other child predators actually have a much easier time fleeing to Israel to essentially skirt the consequences for their crimes, especially when the United States government helps them in doing so. So in lieu of prosecution and punishment, US authorities have freed an Israeli government official within Benjamin Netanyahu's administration who's suspected of luring minors online to perform sexual acts. In fact, despite any of the lies you might see online by Israeli defenders or Israel defenders, he was charged, okay? He was arrested and he was freed anyway. So let me give you the details about this sting operation that took place in Las Vegas. So it all started with a joint sting operation that was carried out by the FBI, so the feds were involved, and the Las Vegas, Nevada Police Department. The sting actually led to the arrest of 8 suspected pedophiles, including an employee of Israel's National Cyber Directorate named Tom Alexandrovich. Okay, so he is a pretty top level cybersecurity official within the Israeli government. All suspects were charged with attempting to entice minors online to commit sexual acts. But rather than jail and prosecute him, Alexandrovich, that's what I'm talking about, FBI officials allowed him to travel back to Israel where he is unlikely to face prosecution. Now, why is he unlikely to face prosecution? Well, based on the statements that we've heard from Israeli officials about it. In fact, I wrote about this with granular detail on my Substack page. If you're interested in reading it, veteran Israeli cybersecurity official caught luring minors for sex in Las Vegas. Why did the FBI let him go? And Kash Patel should answer that question. Pam Bondi, they should answer this question. So he was able to travel back to Israel as scheduled, and his short detainment after arrest in the United States wasn't even a blip in his travel plans. He made it back for his scheduled flight. And he's unlikely to face consequences because, well, according to the Jerusalem Post, an Israeli paper, a senior official at the cyber directorate in the prime minister's office was arrested on suspicion of links to pedophilia. A joint operation by Las Vegas police and the FBI over the past 2 weeks led to the arrest of 8 suspects, including Alexandrovich, 38, from Israel. After questioning, he returned to Israel and was placed on leave. That's all he got. He got leave, and then I'm sure once everyone stops paying attention, he'll be right back at work, no consequences. Who cares? He was just trying to rape American children, not a big deal. The cyber directorate released a statement claiming that they have not received additional details through authorized channels to date. Should such details be received, the directorate will act accordingly. He was charged with attempting to lure minors for sexual acts.
Can you imagine if anybody else had that privilege? Like if you, let's just say this, all right, let's say, I don't know, you're from France or something. And if you catch a crime here in America, well, you can always just go to France. And let's say the France has this crazy thing called a right of return. And because you're from France, you can go back to France and they don't got and they don't have to send you back to America. So you can commit any crime and go back to France and just live out the rest of your days there. Like wild. And it doesn't work out for all of these guys like that. It doesn't work out for all of these Israelis like that who commit crimes here. But a lot of them do get away. I'll tell you that right now.
Those are the details. How many more details do you need? They say at this stage, by joint decision, the employee has gone on leave to deal with the matter until things become clear. And I should note that in his position, he actually advises other countries on cybersecurity and provides some of the cybersecurity software that the Israelis use, allegedly. All those countries are being spied on by Israel. I just want to be clear about that. I would bet every single dollar I own that's what the actual software is up to. And the issue of pedophiles being met with impunity in Israel actually continues to be a huge problem, which I want to talk about real quick because they don't have a sex offender registry, which is okay. Maybe they don't think it works for them. But there are all these organizations who have realized, wow, looks like child predators really get away with a lot here. So the Matsoff Association, which monitors pedophilia in the country, estimates that tens of thousands of offenders operate in the country unimpeded every year. They also report that 22 cases of pedophilia were reported to the Israeli media in July 2020 alone. The vast majority of the cases go unreported. Quote, they are not deterred by the police and certainly not deterred by the contemptuous rulings that come from the hands of judges in the various courts, said Eliran Malki, who heads the organization. Malki also cited a case in which one particular pedophile was let off without punishment by the courts, even though authorities found thousands of pedophilic items on his computer. Malki purports that the court was more concerned about how a prison sentence would harm his career.
Shout out to Parabolic Curvature. He says, how much to open the lines? Let's see here. I believe we'd be at 22. Yep, we're at 22. So shout out Parabolic Curvature, we're at $22.
Oh, well, we can't harm the career of a pedophile and a child sex predator. And CBS also had this bombshell report, Cenk, in 2020, showing how American Jews who have been, there it is, how Jewish American pedophiles hide from justice in Israel. They essentially escaped to Israel because of that right to return policy that they have. And essentially, once they're in Israel, they get to avoid any prosecution for the sex crimes that they've committed here in the United States. But then they also go on to reoffend and victimize people in Israel as well.
Yeah, so this applies to all crimes, by the way. You can commit any crime, just run to Israel and call yourself Jewish and you get to get away with it. So now, theoretically, they have extradition with some countries. They actually don't have extradition with a lot of countries because they don't want to return criminals. And so those are facts. So I'm going to take it one by one. I want to talk about the pedophile situation, and then I want to talk about the extraditing Alexandrovich. On extraditing Alexandrovich, we already have a petition. We'll put the link down below in the description box. Please sign the petition, and it's a simple one.
Nah, they real for that one. Like, no, extradite him. My man made a petition to extradite this man, and we should extradite him.
Alexandrovich, what they're doing is greenlighting the sexual tourism for Israel here in America. They're saying any Israeli can come here and rape our kids and just say, well, I'm Jewish and I want to go back to Israel. And we're going to let them go back to Israel. And then Israel's going to say, I'm not going to extradite them. All they were doing was harming non-Israeli kids. That's what we do for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Well, what's the big deal? You guys don't even count. So, all right, prove me wrong, extradite him. That is a very serious charge. He was trying to rape our kids. But you all know he's above the law, right? You already know that. You already know we're not getting him back. Even if you're an Israeli supporter, you know, I know what they're gonna say. They're gonna sigh, and you'll see it in the comment section. Cry harder.
It's so disgusting. Good job.
We get to do whatever we want.
And shout out to the baller alert from Parabolic. He says, someone get the rest, because all we need is about what, $2. Actually, you know what? I'll give it to you. I'll give it to y'all on this one. So shout out Parabolic.
To you, your kids, your money, we take it all. There's nothing you could do. Okay, prove me wrong.
So there's some reporting, although it's not confirmed enough for my taste. Like so take it with a grain of salt. But there's some reporting to indicate that Trump actually got involved and allowed for him to go back to Israel.
So I don't know, but it doesn't matter because Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, this is your FBI.
They're FBI.
And by the way, great job on the investigation. You found these 8 the terrible, disgusting guys who are gonna have sex with these underage children. Great job on the investigation. 7 are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah,
One
exactly.
is comfortable on vacation in Israel, laughing his ass off, going, maybe I'll go back. Or maybe I'll go to a new country. Maybe I'll get lucky there and rape some kids there. And then law of return. All right, so let's go to law of return. So this is a perfect case of showing you not about Jews, about Israel, okay?
And shout out Ludin. She says, cheers, conspiracy hour. Sure, why not? But first, let me go ahead and post this call-in link for my man Parabolic. I know you want to have a conversation about immigration. I'm pretty sure a lot more. So the call-in link is posted, Parabolic. So you can go ahead and hop on in whenever you're ready.
So the Israelis want to conflate the two things so they can.
Oh yeah, and shout out Luton. Cheers, conspiracy hour. Don't worry, I got you.
Use Jewish Americans and Jews overall as human shields. Oh, if you're criticizing Israel, you're hurting the feelings of Jews. No, that's why I love Jewish Community Watch. You know why? For those pedophiles, their targets are mainly Jews in America. Okay, so that guy was a rabbi. He wasn't going after Christian or Muslim kids. He was going after Jewish kids, Jewish Americans. That's why Jewish Community Watch is a wonderful organization.
Absolutely.
Going, not on our watch, right? You're not gonna come after our kids. And you know what happens when Israel takes them in? They molest Jewish kids in Israel. Why the hell would you want that? But they think, no, Israel above everything else. Israel even above Jewish kids.
It's disgusting.
I mean, this is insanity. Insanity. There's a guy in Mexico, didn't do pedophilia in his case. In his case, there was disappearance of 43 kids. A long story, okay? But bottom line is, among the many criminal acts he did was he stole $50 million, okay? But some of it might have been stolen on behalf of Israel because he got Israel a contract with Mexico, did the fraud, and then said, law of return, and ran to Israel. And Israel's like, we're not giving him back. You got a couple of typos in your paperwork. Well, that's it. We don't have an extradition treaty with you. So by the way, that means anyone can steal money from any government and then just run to Israel. And Israel goes, already got your money, law of return. We're not giving him back. We're not giving the money back. We're not giving the guy back. All criminals who want to do criminality on behalf of Israel, we will shelter you. Even if you target Jews, even if you rape Jewish children, we'll hide you because Israel is more important than Jews, more important than everything else in the world. The evil, despicable government of Israel is just more important than everyone. I'm sick of their supremacy. And they genuinely believe it by like a bunch of messianic lunatics. They're a mess in every way. So look, last couple of things here. the idea of the sexual tourism, you think like, hey, that's a bit much, right? There's pig Americans and Europeans.
Man, well, shit. Shout out parabolic curvature, brother. Man, I appreciate it, bro. I appreciate it. What can I say? One of my favorite liberals. You and Galactic, to be real with you. You and Galactic are probably my favorite liberals. Well, you're more of a globalist, which is pretty damn interesting. I'll be real with you. I may disagree with you on some stuff, but I always say this. Your heart's in the right place. I'll tell you. I'll give you that.
Who go to Southeast Asia for sexual tourism all the time.
Yep.
And why do they do it? Because they know that they can get away with
people like that.
Right? They could do it in Southeast Asia and nobody's gonna hold them accountable. It's disgusting. Okay, people from all across the world do it. Can't stand it. Now, we've given a free pass to every Israeli. Because all they gotta do is say, I'm an Israeli, I demand a return to America. And like dogs, America will say, no matter how heinous the crime is, how vicious the crime is, doesn't matter, we have to return to Israel. No, we don't. And when you do, when you say, hey, here's a guy who's trying to rape American kids, we're gonna return him to Israel. What you're saying is, Americans, you're not in charge.
Yeah.
And this is not a democracy.
I have to say one final thing before we go to break, because this is important. Which political party in this country?
And shout out Stacey Will. We can all agree to disagree on certain subjects. However, as Americans, be respectful of different views. I mean, yes, let's try to be respectful of different views, guys. We're not going to agree on everything. Like, trust me. Like, I got conservatives to talk on here, of course, liberals, globalists. Shoot, I used to have I might need to hit up guest. I used to have an anarchist who was on here. So trust me, I'm cool with all ideas. As long as we're just respectful of each other's ideas, we can have a conversation. And usually we end up agreeing on a lot of things, which is kind of crazy. Because trust me, if you speak with my man guest and you find yourself agreeing with an anarchist, man, you feel a bit weird. It is strange. But hey, shout out to talking to different people.
Fear-mongered about allowing transgender women to use the bathroom that they identify with, because oh my God, I mean, they're going to be predators. They're going to victimize biological women in the bathroom. Which political party did that? I believe it was the right wing, the Republican Party. And in fact, Donald Trump really leaned in heavy.
Whoa, sis, back it up. Hold on. Y'all be talking good when it comes to Israel, and then all of a sudden the TDS pokes out.
Oh my God, I mean, they're going to be predators. They're going to victimize biological women in the bathroom.
But they did, and that's what they did. There's plenty of cases where women, trans women, men with wigs on, walked into a woman's bathroom and end up assaulting a woman. Like, yes, it has happened. So let's not sit there and pretend like it's outside the realm of possibility, because it's happened.
Political party did that. I believe it was the right wing, the Republican Party. And in fact, Donald Trump really leaned in heavy to those talking points for his own electoral purposes.
No.
But now we have a case.
Nah, it was for the safety of women. That for some reason you neglecting it, Anna, like what's going on? Which is kind of crazy, because I mean, if you ask them straight up of, all right, well, do you believe in protecting women's spaces? If you ask a Democratic, I would say a liberal woman, she would tell you, yeah, I believe in that. But then you would have to like pretty much back her down on the point of, well, then why is it okay for trans women to be in your bathrooms? Like, don't you think that could create a very, bad situation? And I would hope they would admit yes, or they'd probably just try to call me a bigot or something and say, oh, well, you're just being hateful towards trans. No, I'm just reading around, and I've been seeing stories of trans women assaulting women in bathroom and locker rooms. Now, I'm not saying that all trans women do this. It's a small percentage, but why even give them the opportunity? Why even do that to them? Why let the crazies get away with doing wild shit and then make the rest of them look bad? Why let them do it?
In which an actual child predator was let go by the Trump administration. He was trying to rape American children.
All right, hold on.
And
not by the Trump administration, but by that wild AG in his state. I think it was Nevada.
FBI, under the Trump administration, let the guy go. He's free. So please spare me with a bull concern. Excuse me, that totally slipped out.
No
concern about, what a danger transgender women are. Okay, no, the danger is the fact that this country is occupied by the Israeli government, And our government will do anything to protect an Israeli, even when they're trying to prey on our own children. It's disgusting.
Okay. All right, hold on, sis. Now I get your point about Israel, but say we should probably just ignore that whole situation with trans women or the psychos of the radical trans women who want to like invade women's spaces. And we should just forget all about that and just focus on Israel because Israel just controls the United States. That's a wild spin right there. You might want to kind of walk us slowly into that, man. That was quite the spin.
And if you love and support Israel, you should sign our petition more than anyone else. Because guys, if they don't extradite that guy, there's going to be a movement soon to ban all Israelis from coming here to America. Because if there's one country,
we got to figure out what the hell is going on.
No, I'm in this case literally, okay? Because if there's one country that has blanket immunity and can commit any crime here in America and just go back to their home country, obviously we can't let them in. I mean, we would never do that with Venezuela or Norway or any other country, friend or foe. But if there's a country that
I'm pretty sure a lot of people are today years old when they found out about this, right to return law that Israel, that criminals who just so happen to be Israeli can abuse. So no, there's not, it's the Jews. No, we're not even doing that. No, there's just criminal Israelis who somehow have a loophole in our system to get punishments for heinous crimes like pedophilia. So yes, I am a bit upset knowing that somebody's able to get caught up in this type of sting and then take their ass back home without, serving at least 10 years in jail. I don't know. I don't like next to a swole ass like Mexican guy who wants to whoop his ass on the daily. I mean, it's what he deserves.
Is immune from not diplomatic immunity. He did not have diplomatic immunity.
He did not.
Any Israeli citizen, any crime, and we have to return them? Nah, that means we don't control our own government. And if they don't extradite Alexandrovich, we have to ban the Israelis from ever coming here because they're coming with a get out of jail free card.
I mean,
and I'm not gonna, no, it's super dangerous. I mean, what if they start doing the threats that we talked about earlier in the show? They just come in and start murdering Americans who don't agree with Israel and then just go back home. And then America goes, there's nothing we could do, law of return. Law of return, nothing we could do. You better extradite Alexandrovich, otherwise there's gonna be hell to pay. Okay, so maybe not, maybe you guys are, maybe the Israeli supporters are laughing their ass off going, there's no hell to pay. You Americans have to be our dogs. We already bought your entire government and there's nothing you could do about it. Maybe, let's find out.
Sagar and Jetty over at Break.
Yeah, we're gonna have to F around and find out on that note. I'll be quite honest with you. We are going to have to F around and find out. But hold on, let me see.
Minor using tech. You could see
after he was caught, police department sting operation. Take a look.
You could see Tom Alexandrovich, the date and the time of his arrest, which was August 6, 2025. You will see that he was charged with luring a minor using technology. Some of the details, guys, here is that it's a classic kind of undercover sting operation run by the FBI Child Task Force and the Nevada Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. That was a joint operation that they launched on August 6. What we learn effectively is that an undercover operative began to pose as a 15-year-old girl on two different apps. One of them is called Pure and later on using WhatsApp. What they found is that Tom Alexandrovich engaged in a conversation with what he believed to be a 15-year-old female juvenile and, quote, spoke about sexual contact with that minor. The user then later agreed to meet the decoy at a predetermined location. The sexual contact included, quote, bringing a condom and taking the decoy to Cirque du Soleil in London.
Oh, he guilty. Okay, he's guilty. I mean, he can't even try to slide his way out of this by saying, I might have gotten caught up in the wrong place, wrong time. No, bro, you're guilty.
Las Vegas.
He trapped.
So these details are important because it proves, now there's clear documentation that he is showing in that video, indicating that this Israeli official was in fact caught. He was in fact arrested, like the 7 other individuals who were arrested as part of the sting operation, but he was treated very differently. And we also have some clarity on the age of the decoy. Basically, he thought he was luring a 15-year-old girl to essentially have sexual relations with. Obviously, that's against the law. The Cirque du Soleil information is, all of it is just disgusting, right? Like all of it is so gross. This is how these people operate. But Cenk, before we get to more revelations of this arrest, what do you think so far?
I mean, look, we're all not surprised, right? We all know that.
No, trust me. Some people in my chat are probably pretty surprised that this is even possible.
The 7 Americans were going to be in a lot of trouble, and that the 1 Israeli was going to escape. Like, are Israeli supporters pretending that they're outraged by that? Are they pretending that they didn't know that was going to happen? We all know that the Israeli was going to walk, right? And in fact, they probably know it so well. This is why, like, I think that if we don't do something about this, I don't know that they're doing it now, but if we don't do something about this, what we're telling them is any Israeli can come here, rape our kids, and get away with it.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
I mean, that's just a literal fact, right? Because, I mean, I don't know why in the world we let him go. I mean, we all know why, right? But there is no technical reasons to let him go. Is there a bigger flight risk than a guy who was trying to rape a young American girl who works for a foreign government? Obviously, he's going to leave, right? Who in their right mind would let him go? Who says, hey, we've caught 8 people trying to rape American kids. 7 of them are Americans, so they need to go to prison.
Part of the sting operation. Take a look.
Prior to the meeting,
the Henderson Police Department ensured that they got this guy to identify himself. That's an important part of the sting operation. Take a look.
Prior to the meeting, photographs of the subject communicating with the decoy juvenile were obtained. The suspect advised they would be arriving in an Uber. Quote, while the undercover operative was in contact with the subject, being made aware in the area of the predetermined location, task force operator.
You know, so crazy. This has been happening for years, guys. I mean, years, decades.
Contacted this person who they knew to be arriving. Quote, every attempt was made to positively identify that user that had agreed to sexual contact. That subject was then identified as Tom Alexandrovich prior to being contacted. What they say is that Alexandrovich was placed under arrest. He was transported to the Henderson Police Department. Due to the aforementioned facts, they say they determined based on the undercover communications with the phone number and everything that Alexandrovich did indeed, arrive at this location with the intent to have sex. What then follows is an extraordinary interview with a lot of claims being made that undermine a lot of what we are now learning. So what they say is that, quote, upon Alexandrovich's arrival, he engaged in a recorded interview and he waived his Miranda rights, as they say very clearly. The interview was then conducted at 2000 hours on August 6, 2025.
Okay, so the interview is telling because he discloses quite a bit. How he behaves and what he says while he's under arrest is really fascinating. So just real quick, why don't we just go to the last video here, and you'll find out how he communicated, how he might potentially entirely skirt any consequences for attempting to have sex with a 15-year-old girl in Las Vegas.
Bro.
He advised, quote, due to being from Israel, the Israeli consulate would be notified. So do you guys see immediately they're talking about notifying the Israeli government? This matters because the Israeli government initially denied Alexandrovich had ever been placed under arrest when the police department is saying here explicitly that he is, of course, being notified to the Israeli consulate. Alexandrovich stated he has a meeting with the NSA tomorrow and had met several bureau people and NSA people over the past week. So let me just underscore that. This man is here in our country on behalf of the Israeli government to meet with the NSA and with the FBI, and in the meantime gets caught up in an FBI sting operation where he is allegedly, I guess, for the legal record, trying to meet up with a 15-year-old girl for sexual contact. Stated, quote, he was embarrassed for being arrested. This is where things get very interesting, guys. Quote, questioned how much bail would cost while he was under arrest. Stated that he was in shock and someone he needed to contact immediately about his international flight back to Israel.
So the Israelis tried to act dumb about the arrest of this Israeli official, and it turns out they were fully informed about it. The Israeli consulate was informed about it. And on top of that,
and all right, now let's get over to conspiracy hour before we go too long down this rabbit hole. But yeah, you can definitely look it up a little bit into it and look up the history of it, because hey man, he ain't the only guy who's gotten away with it or who's been able to flee America after committing heinous crimes. Actually, if you look back far enough, you'll actually figure out that I believe the what was it, anti-Zionist? No, it was the what was it? I'm trying to remember. I think it was how the ADL was actually formed, the Anti-Defamation League. I think that's how they were formed, off like helping somebody get right of return. It was kind of wild and kind of for the same crime, to be quite honest. But yeah, make sure y'all look into that. It's quite a crazy rabbit hole. But all right, guys, let's get over into Conspiracy Hour. Let's see what video we're going to go with for tonight. Because, hey, you know, we got to go ahead and do the Y-Files. Y-Files been killing it, too. I'm not even going to lie. Ever since the dude been on Joe Rogan, it's been skyrocketing. Well, maybe even before that. I'll give him even before that. But shout out Y-Files. Shout out Y-Files. All right, let's get straight to it.
The attacks in 2023 were shocking, but they weren't new. For years, something has been hunting people in the Amazon. In the 1970s, the island Colares in Brazil was under siege. People were attacked by beams of light that drained their blood. They all had burn marks and puncture wounds that doctors couldn't explain. There were over 200 victims. 2 people even died. Finally, the mayor begged the government for help. The Brazilian Air Force took thousands of photographs, videos, and witness testimonies. That was Operation Prato. There's a link below to the whole story. It can't be debunked. And there's a twist. But in case you haven't seen it, I won't spoil it. Brazil, Colombia, and Peru kept having encounters, all violent. The earliest documented case was Juan Cervantes in 2013. His body was found floating in Lake Emiria. No signs of drowning or trauma, but his face was completely gone, right down to the skull. And there was a precise cut all around his neck. Skeptics said he was attacked by piranhas, but the autopsy showed he died before he went into the water. Fish would have eaten more than just his face, and fish don't make surgical cuts, but the face peelers do. In April 2023, the face peelers attacked again. A boy's body was found in the same area. Again, his face was gone. Again, precise cuts. There's a video of this if you want to see it, which you don't. The attacks then accelerated. On September 2nd, 2023, Pablo Verdales, a villager from Pacuna Lake, was sitting on his porch. About 7 at night, he saw a light between the trees, only 50 feet from his house. He called his family out, and everyone saw the same thing. Humanoid beings, about 7 feet tall. They wore black astronaut-like armor. They wore black helmets that hid their features, except for glowing yellow eyes. And most shocking, they stood on disc-shaped platforms and hovered above the ground. Pablo fired his shotgun and hit one of them. Except for a few sparks from the impact on the armor, the entity was unaffected. Then it returned fire. It shot a laser beam that knocked Pablo out for hours. Then the beings accelerated into the air and disappeared into the night sky. There was no doubt this was yet another alien attack in the Amazon. Not only did the villagers see the aliens up close, they also saw large silent craft hovering in the sky. They were acorn-shaped, the length of a private jet, but wider. No wings, no propellers, just bumps on the hull and a lot of flashing lights. The major hotspot was San Antonio de Pintayacu, a remote village in the jungle occupied by the indigenous Iquitu people. The only way in or out is a 10-hour boat ride down the Nani River. In the summer of 2023, there were...
I swear, the aliens know better than to come around modern civilization because there ain't no hiding it. Unless, you know what? I don't know, unless, you know, that whole Florida alien invasion was right. You remember, hey, did anybody forget about where that supposed alien popped up in a Florida mall and like over, like, I don't know, like damn near the whole police department came out? Did we forget that?
Sightings every night. Village leader Jairo Davila documented all of them. The reports were consistent. Beings 7 feet tall, wearing black armor and elongated black helmets with yellow eyes. They didn't walk. They had red lights at the bottom of their feet that allowed them to hover. They could jump over houses. The only sound was a faint hiss as they accelerated. Every night, men grabbed rifles and patrolled the perimeter. Their weapons were useless. Shotgun pellets made a dull pinging sound when bouncing off the alien's armor. The community lived in constant fear, too scared to hunt or farm. Food supplies ran low. They were trapped. The attacks seemed random. Nobody knew what these beings wanted. But that would change when 15-year-old Talia was attacked. After she escaped, she told her family exactly what the aliens wanted. They wanted her face. They asked how she knew this. She said, I heard them say it. On July 11th, 2023, Talia Davila Diaz was in her backyard picking fruit, as she did almost every night. Suddenly, she felt a rush of wind behind her. She turned around and saw a tall figure hovering on a circular platform. It was covered in black armor and had bright yellow eyes. It moved silently and faster than any human she'd ever seen. Then another being grabbed her from behind and covered her mouth. The first held her legs. She fought, but their grip was unnaturally strong. Then the attack became a procedure. One of the figures put something like a nasal syringe up her nose. Instantly.
All right, let me show you guys, because I know somebody's like, Florida, yeah. So it was a Florida, like they were trying to say there was like some black specter, some shadow alien walking around in Florida. So let's see here. Well, there was no actual alien sighting at the Florida Mall. Of course, they'd say that. Rumors of shadow aliens, shadow aliens is crazy, at Miami's Bayside Marketplace on New Year's Day, 2024. Yeah, this is why it was big, because it happened on New Year's Day, like the top of the year, were debunked by police who stated a large presence was due to a riot by approximately 50 teenagers and not extraterrestrials. Of course, they would say that. Of course they would. Or they're telling the truth, you know, who knows?
Talia was overwhelmed by a sharp chemical smell. Her vision began to blur as she started to lose consciousness. They had given her some kind of sedative. Then they smeared cold cream on her face. Terrified and disoriented, her face started going numb. Then she heard them speaking Spanish. One had a local Peruvian accent. The other had an American accent, a gringo. She heard the local voice say, "Be careful, be careful." Then he said the words that defined this entire phenomenon. "Don't use too much, you'll ruin the flesh." They weren't trying to kill her. They were trying to peel her face. One of them produced a small glowing device, a laser scalpel. She heard a humming sound and smelled something burning. They were cutting into the side of her neck. Somehow she was able to get her hand under the helmet of one of her attackers. This gave her just enough time to scream. Then she heard the local attacker say, "Let's get out of here." Then the American said, "No, we can't just leave her here." They tried to drag her onto one of the platforms, but the villagers heard the struggle. They came running with flashlights and shotguns. The figures dropped Talia and shot straight up into the sky. Gone. They left no boot prints, just two perfect circles pressed into the soft ground. Talia survived, but with a deep cut on her neck and severe PTSD. But her story finally revealed the invader's motive: to peel the skin off her face.
God damn.
What happened to Talia seemed shocking and new, but for the Ikatu elders, it was both terrifying and familiar. They knew this story. It had been passed down through the tribe for 500 years.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
The technology was new. The method of attack wasn't. The Ikatu tribe elders knew exactly what they were facing because their ancestors had faced it before. They had a name for it: Pistaco. In the 1500s, when Spanish conquistadors tore through Peru with steel and gunpowder, they were searching for gold. Any locals that got in their way were killed. But it got worse. The Spanish were taking something from the bodies of the dead, something the Andean people considered very valuable: human fat. In Europe, fat was used to treat wounds, grease the gears of machines, maintain weapons. But they believed that human fat was even more potent. But for the Andean people, this was a desecration. In their culture, fat was life. To take a person's fat was to steal their essence. The Pistaco was born from this horror. A pale-skinned man who hunted at night carried a knife and peeled the skin off his victims. Now, this isn't just a ghost story. In 2009, Peruvian police arrested a gang carrying plastic soda bottles filled with liquefied human fat. They were selling it on the European black market. Human fat was supposedly used in high-end cosmetics. The price? $36,000 a gallon. The ancient legend had found a modern market. Evidence of the Pistacos kept appearing. A few days later, in the village of Ocobamba, farmers found all their sheep dead. The injuries were consistent with animal mutilations from New Mexico to Argentina. 2 neat holes drilled in the skull, eyes removed, brain gone.
Damn.
No blood, no tracks, no explanation for how this could be done. After Talia was attacked, the villagers used a satellite phone to call for help. They wanted the Navy, armed soldiers. They wanted protection. Eventually, a couple of police officers arrived to investigate. It didn't take them long to solve the crime. They knew exactly what this was. Miners wearing jetpacks.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
The police investigation was brief. The conclusion was simple. The attackers were illegal gold miners using jetpacks to scare the villagers off their land. The international press picked up the story. It was a convenient explanation that dismissed.
Now parabolic curvature. He's like, I'm half listening and keep hearing fish taco. Man, well, somebody's hungry.
The entire phenomenon, and the explanation stuck. But the story, the jetpack miner story, had holes, big ones. First, the technology. Commercial jetpacks are loud, hard to control, and can fly only for a few minutes. But witnesses say they hovered for hours, moved with superhuman agility, leaping over houses, and all in complete silence. You couldn't do this in the middle of the densest jungle in the world. The villagers had set traps around the perimeter, shotguns rigged to tripwires. Throughout July, they heard the traps firing at night. Every morning, they'd check for bodies. All they found were mysterious oval footprints, twice the size of human feet, and no blood. And the motive doesn't make sense. Cartels and illegal miners want to stay under the radar. These attacks were terrifying. They brought global attention. The last thing a covert mining operation wants is a visit from the press or the police. The jetpack story collapses completely when you look at the city of Nauta nearby. 35,000 people and no gold. And yet a humanoid figure was caught on video climbing a rooftop in the dead of night. Why would a miner be doing that? If these attacks weren't done by miners or the cartels, then we're looking at something far darker. Because every year, nearly 12,000 women vanish in Peru. Most are girls, teenagers. Fewer than half are ever found. Some are trafficked, others completely disappear. But disappear to where? Some investigators believe these women are being used as livestock. The black market for human organs is a multi-billion-dollar industry. A single body can be worth millions. The face peeler motive suddenly had a terrifying real-world context. Organ harvesting explains the motive.
Who's buying a whole human body? Like, who's doing that?
Remote villages provides the opportunity. But what about the means? This theory.
I mean, a dead one. I understand human trafficking, sex trafficking, all that wild and that disgusting stuff. But like purchasing a dead body
doesn't explain the technology. Gangs and cartels have a lot of money, but not for technology like this. If we're assuming these attacks are being done by men and not aliens, who would have such advanced tech? The CIA and military might. So was the US military operating deep in the jungles of Peru at the exact time of these attacks? They were.
Cold ass organs. I understand the organs part, but I'm just like, damn, the whole body? Like, and how much organs could you possibly need? Like, and are the organs the right fit? How'd you know? Like what? I gotta go out there and start catching random bodies until I can get $1 million because this guy's random body is a perfect fit. I mean, that's a lot of bodies I'm gonna be going through.
While the villagers were under attack, another force was in the jungle, organized, armed, American. That summer, the US military was running a massive exercise called Resolute Sentinel 2023, right out of Iquitos Naval Base, just upriver from San Antonio de Pintuyacu, Talia's village. 87 US Marines were in the region until July 9th. The Pelicadas attacks began July 11th. The timeline is in theory, this is a fact. And the Marines weren't alone. The operation included multiple US branches, even the Space Force. Why was Space Force part of jungle warfare training in Peru? Nobody asked, so nobody knows. Suddenly, the villagers' stories don't sound like aliens. They sound like a field test for black budget technology. The silent hovering isn't a commercial jetpack. It's consistent with experimental silent lift systems using advanced ducted fans or even electromagnetic propulsion. The armor sounds a lot like the Talos suit, an advanced combat exoskeleton. The suit is bulletproof and enhances a soldier's speed and strength. Night vision goggles explain the glowing yellow eyes. The laser burns match the effects of directed energy weapons, which use millimeter waves to heat an area. These weapons work on missiles, so they would definitely work on human skin. And then there's the detail from Talia's testimony. 2 voices, one local, the other a gringo, an American. The Peruvian Amazon is an ideal test site for secret operations and experimental equipment. Dense terrain, limited.
Nobody's gonna walk through the Amazon forest. Like, Lord knows I'm not, man. Like I said, I can't do tarantulas. You know, it's crazy. I can do the big snakes and all that crazy stuff. I can even do the killer orangutans, but I cannot do the tarantulas. Crazy, huh?
Oversight, no media access. It's a region with a long history of exploitation, a place where thousands go missing every year. But this is something the Peruvian government doesn't like to discuss. So, jetpacks. The official story was illegal gold miners with jetpacks. The media bought it, and that was the end of it. But it wasn't the end for the Iquitu people in San Antonio de Pintuyacu. They swore this was something else. The government wouldn't listen. The villagers were dismissed as simple and superstitious. They were desperate for help. And a few weeks later, help would arrive. With food supplies running low and the government silent, the people of San Antonio de Pintuyacu were on their own. Then in October 2023, help arrived. American explorer and investigator Tim Alberino and former Marine Doug Thornton, they launched a privately funded expedition to the Amazon. Their mission, to provide aid and find the truth. They brought supplies, food and medicine. They brought high-powered flashlights, radios, night vision goggles with recording capabilities. Alberino and Thornton spent days in the village. Everybody was on edge. Men carried shotguns everywhere, even during the day. But their weapons were barely functional. Rusty barrels, some held together with wire and tape. The villagers had cut down a wide swath of jungle around their community. This was a desperate attempt to extend their line of sight against an enemy that came from the dark. The men of San Antonio de Pintuyacu were brave and intelligent, but they didn't have the experience or training necessary to defend their homes. So Doug Thornton provided it. He taught the men basic patrol tactics, how to move in a column, how to handle their weapons safely so they wouldn't accidentally shoot each other in the chaos of an attack. After interviewing dozens of witnesses, Alberino was convinced the villagers were telling the truth about what they saw, but he didn't believe they were seeing aliens. He believed they were facing a powerful international organization involving sex trafficking and organ harvesting. They were using advanced technology, possibly reverse-engineered alien tech. An organization like that would have the means and the opportunity. But what about the motive? Well, they had that too. The motive was profit, and the method was terror. And the alien story was the perfect cover. And the Iquitu people, defenseless and discredited by their government, they were the perfect victims.
Well.
7-foot-tall hovering beings terrorize a remote village. A 500-year-old legend of face-peeling monsters seems to come to life. And in the middle of it all, a secretive U.S. military operation is active just miles away. So let's break down what we know. It's easy to see why the Peruvian government was so quick to dismiss the story. In the Nanay River is gold, lots of gold. During the pandemic, the authorities disappeared. Gold prices soared, and the jungle opened up. Criminal networks from Brazil and Colombia moved in. They set up illegal gold mining operations that generate billions of dollars a year. But these operations use dredges and pumps and shovels, not hoverboards and lasers. If this were about gold, why attack Nauta, a city with no gold at all? So were these aliens? Probably not. Why would aliens speak Spanish with an American accent? There's strong evidence Americans were involved. The training ended on July 9th. The attacks began on July 11th. The timeline is fact.
I mean, that makes sense. We pulling up with some type of, I don't know, bodysuit that can't be penetrated. I don't know, some type of secret military force that we have, you know, in a hangar somewhere, just chilling.
Talia, hearing two accents, one local, one American, points directly toward a joint operation, which it was. The CIA has done plenty of evil things, but pretending to be face peelers sounds like a stretch. It isn't.
What?
The CIA once faked vampire attacks as part of a counterinsurgency strategy. In the 1950s in the Philippines,
CIA does some wild things. Like they used to fake ghost voices over the radio to try to get soldiers to give up. Well, enemy soldiers to give up. Yes, fake ghost sounds over the radio to get enemy soldiers to give up. And they did that in Vietnam, by the way.
A communist group called the Hucks tried to overthrow the government.
A lot of wild
The CIA brought in a psychological warfare unit to try to scare the Hucks away. There was a local legend of a monster called the Aswang. The Aswang had a sharp tongue that it would use to drain the blood of its victims. So the CIA started hunting the Hucks. They kidnapped them, punctured their necks, and hung the corpses upside down to drain their blood. The plan worked better than they expected. The same PSYOPs unit was deployed in Vietnam a few years later for Operation Wandering Soul. They broadcast ghostly voices and screams into the jungle at night. This was so effective that the US was instructed not to play the sounds around their local allies. They were terrified.
That is wild.
Nah,
that's
the CIA go?
That's effed up, because if you going out into the jungle to fight and all of a sudden you're just hearing multiple screams, you're just like, whoa, wait, what? Like, hey, can I stay like over here on the tent, man? Like, you know, let the Bravehearts go out there and handle that, man. I'm hearing screaming in the distance.
Go through all this trouble and take on so much risk for money. They have access to all the money they need. And what about Tim Alberino's theory about a shadowy organization harvesting organs using alien technology? That's probably the best theory we have, but there's no proof to support it. But Tim went to the jungle. He spoke to the witnesses. He did prove their fear is real. The official story is a lie. We know that. Whether the attackers were miners, soldiers, traffickers, or something else, they were organized and technologically superior. I don't think this is aliens. I'm pretty sure this is being done by men, evil men. And if this is happening in Peru, it's happening to defenseless people in remote villages all over the continent, maybe even beyond. Advanced technology in the hands of those who profit from suffering. We've seen that all throughout history. The face peelers aren't a legend anymore. They're an industry, and business is booming. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is Aiden.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and end it here, guys. Now, let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video on the way out, man. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you're not subscribed already, and make sure you hit the bell. And if you're subscribed already, hit the bell again, because you never know. Sometimes YouTube just takes you off. You never know. But all right, guys, it's Set with Set Media, and I'm heading out. Appreciate the support. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't. But let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that, let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it up one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is S.E.T and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor.